Central Chelmsford, and we're delighted to be hopefully bringing you some action, but at this very moment the bell ringer, which was one very famous J.K. Lever, acting as a campanologist, I think the word is today, and it was great to see him here yesterday and today. And we're now looking upon the Essex huddle and gentlemen coming down the steps and two not out batsmen, and we look as if we're going to try and start. It is a little bit dark and dank here in Chelmsford, but the lights are on and the ground staff are moving the covers away to our left, so we're going to try and start, and no doubt the umpires will take a reading in due course. My name is Don Topley, and our commentary team today is BBC Radio Somerset's Anthony Gibson. Good morning, Anthony.
Good morning, Don.
And I'd also like to welcome into the chair later this morning Beth Harvey, who is our third voice, so welcome to you. The players are assembling by the boundary line, and you did a couple of interviews last night, I think was...
I spoke to Jason Kerr, who's the Somerset head coach.
And what was he saying?
He was very pleased with the day's play, as you'd expect. Somerset bowled well. They took full advantage of a good toss to have won, bowling Essex out for 149. Batting conditions against the new ball, against Messrs Cook and Porter, were very, very challenging, but some good innings, some good knocks from Tom Abel, James Rue, Lewis Goldsworthy, who looked very, very solid, and in the last hour or so, Craig Overton, who came in and hit 50 from just 36 deliveries on his birthday. That shifted the whole balance of the day, really, that last hour. Up until that point, it had been pretty much even Stephen, but those runs in the last hour and the first innings lead of 30 made it definitely Somerset's day.
From an Essex point of view, Anthony, any lead, a decent lead, will be certainly much sought after by Somerset here, who are 30 ahead with 5 wickets remaining, of which one of those remaining, give us a little bit of an SP on this. We've got Will Sneed, who arrived, you said, about 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock, so it's just as well Somerset weren't bowled out before 6 o'clock, and at one stage when they were, 17 for 3, I think it was, it looked as if they might be bowled out, and he wouldn't have been able to bat in the Somerset first innings. But I asked Jason Kerr why they had gone for Will Sneed rather than Archie Vaughan, and he said that he's been in great form pre-season. He scored 200 against Cardiff University down at Abergavenny, you know, he's done enough to deserve his chance, whereas Archie Vaughan, because he's been in the squad, hasn't actually played any cricket recently. You know, he's been practicing obviously with bat and ball, but he doesn't have the immediate past track record, if you like, that Will Sneed has. But it was a risk, and you know, it would have looked a bit daft if Somerset had been bowled out, and we've got a runner, which is not good news.
For Overton, we believe?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I guess.
Have you got an update on that?
No, I haven't, but I noticed that he's got his left leg strapped up, and he has got a history of tendinitis in his left knee.
Okay.
But if Craig Overton can't bowl, and the fact that he's got a runner suggests that...
and who is the runner?
The runner is, I think that's Josh Thomas.
Okay, who... was the first out, wasn't he?
No, second
out.
Jack Leach,
yes.
The world's most improbable opening batsman, was first out.
Sam Cook, on his way in from the Hayes Close end, comes in down the leg side through to the keeper, who dives to his left, and there is no run. I spoke with Sam Cook, who obviously is acting captain. He was a little bit disappointed with the batting of 149 all out. Yeah, he really was, and I think that was fair to say. 1 or 2 poor dismissals, probably Dean Elgar's just before lunch. That opened up a little gate which Somerset walked through as Cook comes in. Nice Good delivery on off stump, played into the leg side. There is no run. And we've got a 11 o'clock update in a moment. Maybe able to get through the first over before we offer it to the parish of Essex.
Must have started early here then.
Did we?
Must have done.
Yeah.
I'm sure the BBC isn't wrong.
Yeah.
Top of the hour.
No. Maybe Michael Goff has got his watch set early as Cook comes in. Good delivery, outside off stump, played with an open face bat. It goes down to Critchley, where Overton takes the single. As a bit of a wild throw, but nonetheless Critchley fielded well at beneath the Tom Pearce stand. First runs of the morning. They move on to 180 for 5. 31 run lead. What would you like for a lead?
Oh, many as possible.
As many as possible. Essex really won't want Somerset getting away ahead. There's still a little bit in this wicket. Essex's new ball bowlers were good yesterday. The reserves not quite as good. Cook in, bowls off stump, outside off stump there, and played into the offside, and there is no run.
I asked Jason Kerr about the pitch, and he said, yeah, there is something in it, but actually it's the ball as much as anything that's making batting either more difficult or a little bit easier. And towards the end of the day, it wasn't the pitch that was flattening out so much as the ball getting softer, which I thought was a very interesting point.
Yeah. Yep. Cook on his way down the slope, 3 slips waiting. He bowls, that's a good delivery, which is played out to backward point where they do take the single.
There's a scope for mix-up when there's mix-ups when there's a runner about is limitless, isn't it? Let's see, he seems to be moving quite well, Craig Overton.
In he comes, Cook bowls nice, straight up to mid-off, no run. That concludes the over. It's grey and a little cold, but Somerset have started there and recommenced their innings. They've moved with 2 runs. They've moved on to 181 for 5. So just the 2 runs so far this morning. But Essex are under a bit of pressure here. They need a good first hour and a good morning because they cannot afford Somerset to get a substantial lead on a surface that is just doing a little bit more. Somerset here have started. They're on 181 for 5.
Has commentary on the BBC Sport website and app.
If you would like to take Porter.
I'll take Porter.
Meantime, Essex women are starting their cricket season.
Interesting that, yeah, he bowled towards the end of yesterday from the Graham Gooch end, and so he started off at this Alistair Cook end. Not so many people here today, which is understandable given the weather.
I gave you the attendance for yesterday.
Yeah, brilliant.
3,100.
Fantastic. Here's Porter then to Goldsworthy in and bowls, and Goldsworthy plays that with soft hands, and Craig Overton runs. Perhaps it's Goldsworthy's got.
Yeah, I can't. I'm just looking at
It
that.
it must be for Goldsworthy. Going mad.
He's wandered off to square leg, hasn't he?
He has.
So, yep, that'll be your homework for today. What's wrong with Goldsworthy?
Porter then to Overton. Outside the off stump. That one doesn't really bounce at all. It shoots through very low to Michael Peffer, who can't take it cleanly. Can we get the cue turned off?
Yes, hopefully they're listening to us, and we hopefully would appreciate losing the cue from the news still in our ears if BBC Essex are listening.
Porter then to Overton. He's got 3 slips. He's in and bowls.
That's the one.
Overton goes for a
That's the
pull,
one.
misses it.
That's when you need to start
Through to
making arrangements.
Michael Pepper.
But the card
And
didn't
there
go
is
round, so you're okay.
no run. Decent number of spectators, all well wrapped up in the Tom Pearce stand just to our right. Little knot of Somerset supporters. I can see Tractor over there on the far side in his maroon Somerset floppy sun hat. Porter into Overton. Ooh, gets an inside edge down towards fine leg. It's going to be cut off down there. So it's just a single to Overton, but pretty streaky single. He moves on to 52, 183 for 5. Going slightly mad here because not only is the queue in our ears, but it's also very loud. I'll try turning it down a bit so that does the trick. Porter, all arms and legs, in and bowls to Goldsworthy, who turns this down to long leg for a single, moves on to 31, 184 for 5.
Hello? Oh yeah.
It's a bleak morning. I think it would be a good way of describing it here at Chelmsford. It's cloudy, it's windy, it's cold. It was rainy about half an hour before the start. Porter in and bowls to Overton, who plays that up to mid-on. It's very definitely a bowling morning this, rather than a batting morning. Forecast is for the weather to improve this afternoon, which may suit Essex very nicely, but they've got to knock over the last 5 Somerset wickets first, and of course one of the 5 wickets to have fallen is that of Jack Leach, who would normally be coming in probably number 10. So Somerset still have batting to come. Will Smead probably will come in next, then Miguel Pretorius, then Josh Shaw. Here comes Sam Cook from the Graham Gooch end. And this is turned down to long leg. Jamie Porter will cut it off and they'll come back for
Oh, yeah, sorry, we've got a lot of
2 runs.
in our ears.
186 for 5. Scoreboard a little bit. Blessed relief.
There you go. Many thanks. Many thanks to the studio for sorting that out. And Sam Cook with 3 slips waiting. On his way in, coming in straight. Decent delivery there, which is negotiated well. From Goldsworthy, plays a 4 defensive, out to mid-off, no run. What did you do last night?
A couple of pints and a Deliveroo.
Right, okay.
And other food.
Did you? Okay. So a
Services
quietish
are
evening
very-
for you
very
in Somerset,
quietish evening.
from Somerset, in Essex, in Chelmsford on a Friday night.
Yeah, it wasn't actually that rowdy in Chelmsford on Friday night.
Good to hear. Cook in. Squares him up, takes a single though, as Overton comes from the non-striker's end. Not forgetting there's a runner at square leg.
He's just got a little bit of a limp, Lewis Goldsworthy, hasn't he?
I don't remember any trauma or issues yesterday.
Perhaps he did it in the warm-up this morning. They do love to play their football, Somerset.
Palmer almost got a balaclava on. He should be in ski country. As Cook is in, bowls, drags Overton forward, plays out to cover where there is no run.
No big shots from Craig Overton this morning so far.
He probably appreciates the responsibility as captain here.
It was a very well-judged counter-attack though, wasn't it?
Oh, it was.
I mean, he really took on
Proper shots.
Simon Harmer.
Proper shots. Played nicely, as we all know he can. Elgar's moved back into first slip, Harmer second, Water third. This is on a length, forward defensive up to mid-on where there is no run. No, this is a very important hour in the game in terms of Essex need to have this their hour, and in fact a good morning sessions. But Somerset, if they just play responsibly and nicely and don't throw caution to the wind, they could get a really superior lead here, which could be quite defining in this game. Cook in, bowls nice and straight, forced with a bit of a bottom hand into the leg side, and there is no run. Goodish over from Cook.
Here's a good question from Andy Cleve on Twitter. Morning, Gibbo and Toppers. He says, so does this mean Somerset can have a second injury substitute for Goldsworthy? Not sure what the rules are on that.
I would guess that there would be. That's a guess, that's not knowledge.
Don't know if Polly Rhodes is listening, but...
yes. Replacement.
Replacement, not substitute.
Yes. Good morning, Polly, if you are listening, and I bow to your superior knowledge. We will try and use the word replacement.
Here's Porter to Goldsworthy outside the off stump, and Goldsworthy plays no shot. Chris Lintott on Twitter says, morning, thanks for the commentary. Looking forward to Smeed, as am I. Listening online, we have noises underneath you. I think it's the normal Radio Essex feed playing quietly in the background. Well, hopefully that's gone now. We haven't got the Radio Essex feed in our headphones. I suspect that's what it was.
We only got to do a 1 o'clock. Hopefully there's a skeleton staff, so they're running around on a Saturday.
Here's Porter in the bowls and played with soft hands off an open face by Goldsworthy out to backward point. There's a deep backward point, but there isn't a conventional backward point, so it's a single to be taken. 188 for 5. Steady start. Good accurate bowling this morning, and 2 Somerset batsmen content just to pick up the singles. No big shots played by either player so far on this chilly morning. Porter to Overton, who comes solidly forward, presenting the full face of the bat to that delivery from Jamie Porter.
I came in sort of spring clothes yesterday. I've put the winter clothes back on this morning,
Yeah.
and I even went out and looked at the cold frames, and I left them shut.
Yeah, funnily enough, I was thinking of you this morning. I thought, I bet Don Topley's out in the garden this morning at about 8 o'clock this morning.
I did wander out there.
Tending to his vegetable plants.
Yeah.
Here's Porter in the bowls, and this is hit away through the onside by Craig Overton. It was overpitched from Jamie Porter. Not quite a half volley on leg stump, but not far short of a half volley. And that's the first boundary of the morning. Overton on to 56, 192
Proper shot.
for 5.
Genuine 4 ball, which he took full. Well, it was offered, and he took it well.
This is 9th 4 to go with 2 sixes. Porter in, bowls. Overton again solidly forward, playing it out into the offside.
You mentioned Tractor earlier. Important day for one of our local football teams, the Tractor Boys.
The Tractor Boys,
They're
Ipswich.
up in Norwich today, local derby. I think it's a lunchtime fixture. A lot of my friends are going up to support Ipswich up there in Norwich. Tractor Boys versus the Canaries, and Ipswich are quite high at the moment.
Porter in the bowls. Oh, and he draws Overton into an unwise, firm push at a ball outside the off stump. Fortunately for Overton, he didn't get an edge. But that's the first really false shot of the morning from either of these 2 Somerset batsmen, whose partnership is now worth It came together when it was 114 for 5, so 78. It's a very useful 6-wicket partnership, this.
Very. Very. Remember, I think it was it 16 for 3 last night with the new ball.
It was 16
pair.
for 3.
Cook and Porter bowled beautifully. Well, Cook is continuing, and I'll talk about his interview again after the evening last night, evening session, as he's on his way in right arm over to Goldsworthy, outside off stump, good delivery, left alone, being particularly watchful is the Somerset batsman, and he allows it through to the keeper. We looked at Sam Cook and saw he was rather agitated with his ankle, his right ankle. And I asked him, it was the last question of my interview with the captain, and I said, I saw you showing concerns about your ankle, and it wasn't technically an injury, as he comes in, bowls, good delivery, nice and tight defence there from Goldsworthy, plays up to mid on no run, and he said, I rolled it on my follow through. And we were concerned. Yeah, we were concerned. I said, was it the footholes, or was it Achilles, or was it your ankle, an impingement? He said, no, simply rolled it on a follow through.
No harm done then.
He said, I tried to make sure no one saw it. Cook, 3 slips, waiting. And he comes outside off stump, and it's gone through to the keeper. Somerset will be happy with that. It's not a wicket-taking delivery, no dangers. Nothing this morning, actually. There's one playing a miss. That's all. That's all.
Has Michael Goff got gloves on?
I think he has.
Not sure I've seen an umpire with gloves on before.
They both wore Panamas yesterday, but they've got baseball caps today. The umpires. Outside off stump, through an identical delivery which Goldsworthy is happy to leave. He's happy to play the long game, because the long games mean he's probably going to get, or his team will get, more runs. Essex need wickets. If they don't get wickets, they've got to keep it tight. We've had 20 minutes, just under 20 minutes, and they resumed on 179 for 5. They've moved to 192 for 5. Cook in, good delivery, plays with an open face into the covers where there is no run. One ball off a maiden. Yeah, John Lever was here yesterday. He is our new president, taken over from Keith Fletcher. And John was on hand to help open the new set of gates here at Chelmsford, which is a brand new set of gates, which I haven't seen yet, but I believe it's behind the indoor school. Cook on his way in, and it's driven into the offside to complete a goodish over, second good over from Sam Cook, where this one was a maiden. So Porter will continue 11 overs, 1 for 49. So far Cook has the other 2 wickets. Just need to check that actually. Porter's taken his sweater off. Snater has taken it to the umpire.
I've got the answer to the question about whether you can have more than one replacement, and according to Simon White, and I'm sure he's correct, he says you can have as many replacement players as needed. There's no limit.
I can't remember if I did it off air or on air, but I've been thinking about it overnight. The only bit I'm not so happy about
You said this yesterday.
is allowing teams to bat 12 in an innings.
This is played firmly, but essentially defensively up to mid-off. But it's still only 10 wickets.
You're right, but you're allowing 2 people to have an opportunity to bat. And of course,
I've got mixed feelings about it. Michael Atherton in the Times.
What did he say?
He's not in favour of it.
Yeah,
He thinks,
probably
injury is just part of the game.
Same in rugby, same in football.
Well, in football and rugby, you are allowed replacements.
Yeah, but injuries.
Porter in and bowls, and
I
that's defended by Overton. Well, I think the cricket authorities are saying, well, you can have replacements in cricket and rugby and football and rugby. Why not in cricket? Because if you get a serious injury, as Chris Wokes in the last test against India, it can not quite ruin, but very seriously influence the outcome of a game. This is not timed by Overton as he goes for an off drive, and I can see both sides of it. I think somebody on Twitter was suggesting, well, it's going to be abused and you'll get sides on a fourth day. Well, it's only in the first 2 days that that replacements are allowed, I think. I stand to be corrected, but I don't think you can do it after 2 days, as Porter is in and bowls, and this is played firmly again by Overton. Good over this from Jamie Porter.
At the moment, I've only seen the three, which is Tom Wesley last week at Southampton with a batting finger injury.
Yeah.
On the same first round, you had Johnny Bairstow with a wicket-keeping finger injury, and then this game here yesterday we had Tom Kohler-Cadmore with a fielding injury at slip, which affected his digit. So whilst we were all thinking it was going to be designed for the bowlers, it's been 3 batsmen that have been taken out the game.
Porter in bowls, and this is driven firmly, but well stopped by.
And of course, we were discussing before the start of play about if it's bowlers, let's say a bowler breaks down, then his overs would normally be taken up by the remainder of the bowling unit, which then puts even more pressure and a potential further injury to one of them. And of course, batting, it's been well known that
Porter
finger
in
injuries.
bowls, and nicely timed by Overton, but no run, 192 for 5, maiden over from Jamie Porter, 12 overs, 3 maidens now, 1 for 49. I think the main concern about it has been that it would be abused.
Yes.
And
yes.
You would get sort of tactical injuries.
Yes.
But in the trial in the Sheffield Shield, that apparently hasn't been the case. There's been no sign of that. It doesn't seem to have been exploited. But we'll see. I mean, this is just a trial.
For me, I think, and I've slept on this, and I said to you when I first turned up this morning, I've been thinking about it overnight, I would be tempted not to replace an injured batsman and give another opportunity to a batsman in that particular innings, but in the other innings, the second innings, perhaps he could come in. This is Cook. Cook bowls a good delivery. Goldsworthy comes forward, gives it the full face of the bat into the offside, no run.
Well, what about the case? So you wouldn't have a problem with Will Smead
coming in the second innings?
In the first innings, because Kohler-Cadmore hasn't batted.
Yeah, they would just need to think about that.
Hasn't been able. So Somerset will not have 12 batsmen. They'll only have 11.
But Essex last week did have 12.
Yeah.
12 opportunities. As Cook is in, and this is played on the front foot, bowling nice and tight here. Sam Cook. He did bowl well with a new ball yesterday. But I just felt the first change, second change bowlers didn't bowl quite as tight as Cook and Porter did.
And there's nothing in the pitch that we could see for Simon Harmer, although the ball that he got James Rue with
good delivery
probably did turn, but it was.
Essex needed that, didn't they? Then Cook in, all dropped on his follow through. Difficult chance. It's parried away. It's gone for probably 2, I think. As there's a dive from mid on just in front of the sight screen.
4.
It's gone for 4. 4 runs. So
both of the umpires have got gloves on. Steve O'Shaughnessy at Square Leg's got black gloves on. Oh, we've gone down. You'll have to
No,
read
no,
that.
we haven't.
Oh,
It's
haven't we?
that
Oh.
was one of my sensor messages. Yeah, don't fear. We're all live.
Got a new broadcasting system this season.
Cook in, bowls, good delivery, hits the splice of the bat, and this time collects it on his follow through. Gosh, that was a difficult chance with his right hand on the leg side as he started to make his follow through, having bowled the delivery. Would have been a beautiful catch.
Well, it would have been a reflex catch.
Yes,
they
it
either stick or they don't. I mean, he was hit hard because he'd gone for 4, even though he did get fingertips to it.
In comes Cook. 3 slips waiting outside off stump through to the keeper. There is no run. So we've just got grey sky, little bit of wind, not much. The Somerset flag is just starting to wave a little bit where the Essex one isn't. And the prevailing wind here comes over the corporate boxes. So John Lever and Mark Eilert would all enjoyed bowling at the Hayes close end, helping their in swing for a left armour. Cook bowls, and this is driven up to mid off where there is no run. Good over from Sam Cook, cost him just the 4, which was a drop catch, but it was an instinct type of catch which he couldn't hold on to. Right, at this present moment I think I'm going to withdraw and invite Beth Harvey to come on in and join Anthony Gibson for this broadcast of day 2, the morning session here from the Ambassador Cruise Line ground.
Thank you, Don. Don will be back with us at 12 o'clock. More on Twitter. TJ Buck saying snoods on in the slips. And April County Cricket is here. It is blooming cold, I must say. I don't blame them for wearing snoods. A snood is a sort of neck warmer that extends from the chin down to the chest. It's a very good way of keeping warm when temperatures are low. We're going to have a bowling change from this Sir Alistair Cook end. It's going to be Shane Snater. Beth Harvey comes in alongside.
Good morning.
And welcome to listeners to BBC 5 Sports Extra with the news that Somerset have moved on to 196 for 5 as Shane Snater is in and bowls to Craig Overton, who plays that into the offside. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset. I'm delighted to welcome alongside our third voice Beth Harvey, who's an off-spinner who plays for Sussex.
Good morning.
Good morning, Beth. It's cold, isn't it?
A bit chilly. I've got my big long coat on.
Yeah. I'm standing up because it's easier to keep warm standing up than it is sitting down. We've got commentary box windows wide open. Oh, and a good bowl from Snater has Overton prodding at it outside the off stump. Lewis Goldsworthy out there has got a runner, who I think is Josh Thomas. And this has prompted discussion as to whether Somerset can have a second replacement player if Goldsworthy can't continue, as Snater is in bowls, and another play and a miss from Craig Overton. And the answer is yes, if obviously as long as the medical protocols are satisfied. But the fact that he's batting, Beth, would suggest that it's unlikely that Somerset would be entitled to a replacement.
Yeah, you'd think he's trying to power through, wouldn't you?
And if they wanted a replacement, they've got an obvious one here in Archie Vaughan. Snater, this is on middle and leg, played up to Porter at mid-on. And if it's just a matter of, obviously he can bat, if it's just a matter of fielding, well, Somerset would be entitled to a replacement fielder in any case under under pre-existing regulations.
Forgive me if this is a silly question. The runner is at Overton's end.
This is Overton playing it up to mid on. He is.
So, but they both seem to be running. It's all quite.
It's all a bit bizarre, isn't it? But I'm fairly sure that the runner is for.
The goals.
Yes, yeah, because if they take a single, he'll stay put at square leg, won't he? This is turned into the onside, and maiden over from Shane Snater. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 25. Let's just turn to our cricketing expert, Don Cockley, who played umpteen games for Essex. What do you make of the runner? Is he definitely running for a Goldsworthy?
Well, we thought it was Overton.
We did initially.
But I then, it was at the end of the first over of the morning, I felt.
I think he's at the same end as Goldsworthy now, isn't he? So he must be running for Goldsworthy. Do you think? Well, he was at the same end as Overton.
I can't really tell.
Oh dear.
Correct, I agree. I think it's Goldsworthy. I hadn't originally thought it was Overton's injury.
Yeah, I think it's Goldsworthy. Over to you, Beth.
It's going to be Sam Cook to continue. It's Goldsworthy's forward and defending that out into the covers for no run.
Oh, it's Jacob Land saying it's Lammonby rather than Josh Thomas. Thanks, Jacob, for that.
Now the lights are on here. Bit of a gloomy morning. But you can't really see any shadows, can you? So they haven't taken over just yet. But you'd think pretty good conditions to be bowling as captain Sam Cook is in over the wicket and just worked into the leg side by Goldsworthy, and he does look a bit uncomfortable, doesn't he?
Yeah, there's a hint of a limp, isn't there?
Stumbled over that front leg as he played the shot.
He's played very solidly. I mean, he came in yesterday evening when Tom Abel was out. The score was 73 for 4, so he's been there whilst 123 runs have been scored, and although he's only contributed 37, it's been a very valuable role that he's played.
Cook in and driven into the covers by Goldsworthy. What's that in there? Snater doing the fielding. He's very energetic in the field, is Snater.
Got another injury replacement. Thank you, Simon White. Sean Dixon has been drafted into Glamorgan's side as a replacement for Ben Kellaway. But
It's all happening.
poor old Sean, he's just been dismissed for naught, and he made naught in Glamorgan's first game as well.
Cook into Goldsworthy and driven up towards mid-off. Picked up for no run.
Sean Dixon, who left Somerset at the end of last season to join up with Glamorgan. Despite playing a spectacular match-winning innings in the quarter-final of the Blast against Warwickshire, when all seemed lost. Somerset needing 33, I think it was, off the last 2 overs. And Sean Dixon doing the business.
Cook then in and dropped short, and Goldsworthy just ducks underneath it.
Good decision. He's a good hooker and puller, is Lewis Goldsworthy. But he's obviously decided that his role is to stay there, to keep one end up, just to bat for as long as possible. We can see Dean Elgar's snood now at first slip very clearly.
Harmer's all wrapped up as
He
well.
looks a bit like a gangster.
They look like they could rob a bank currently, that slip cordon. As Cook is in to finish the over. A better length this time and defended by Goldsworthy out towards cover for no run.
Another maiden over.
Maiden over.
The runs have dried up for Somerset. Good accurate bowling from Essex. Somerset having moved on from 179 for 5 overnight to 196 for 5 now. So we've not seen the rapid scoring that we saw yesterday evening when Craig Overton reached his 50 in 36 balls.
Yeah, not a huge amount of intent this morning, looking to just consolidate and get through this first passage of play.
Well, as he was saying, I mean, it's more a morning for bowling than for batting, you would think. Although the light is improving a bit now and it's looking a bit brighter away towards where the weather's coming from. Snater in and bowls. This is turned into the onside by Overton, but there's no run.
Yeah, you see now the runners at Overton's end. I can't work out what he's doing.
No, that's Goldsworthy, who's I think the runner is Tom Lammonby is at this end. Oh, and this is edge down towards third man. It'll go for 4. Thick edge from Craig Overton. It was actually played pretty well with soft hands and just opening the face a little bit. And it brings the Somerset 200 up. 200 for 5 in the 53rd over. Good ripple of applause. Quite a few Somerset supporters here. Travelling band of supporters over on the far side, and quite a few Somerset expats at this end of the ground.
No, you're right, I'm being silly.
It's Snater in bowls to Overton. Comes slightly tentatively forward on that occasion. He was beaten twice in the previous Snater over with some away movement. Bowling at sort of respectable fast medium. Shane Snater probably around about 70 miles an hour, something like that. Certainly not express pace. Michael Pepper standing back. I think if I was Sam Cook, the Essex captain, I might suggest he comes up to the stumps, but just put a bit of extra pressure on the batsman. Overton resists the temptation to have a drive at a ball pitched up on his off stump. Just plays it quietly out into the covers. Still got the 3 slips. Deep backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. Is the field. Floodlights are on. It's cloudy overhead, but it's not raining. Forecast is for an improvement. Snater, this is pulled but not timed by Craig Overton. Comes off the bottom of his bat out into the onside.
Kept a little low, that one. We've seen a couple shoot through from this end, haven't we?
It's not a pitch isn't doing as much this morning, I fancy, as it did yesterday morning, but that has maybe to do with the number of overs with the ball. We're in the 53rd over with this ball. It's been changed once, hasn't it, because it was Craig Overton hit it for 6 and it got damaged. Overton this time plays that up to Porter at mid-on, so just the 4 runs from the over down to third man. 200 for 5, 53 overs have been bowled, so another 27 before the new ball, and that represents an opportunity for Somerset to build on their first innings lead, which is at present standing at 51, which is useful but not yet decisive.
I think I need one of these snoods.
It's not very warm, is it?
Harmer looks very cosy there. As it's Cook to continue in, and that's worked into the leg side, slightly aerial, finds a bit of space, and they'll come back for a second.
Yes, I can tell now it is Tom Lammonby by the way he runs. It was the fact that he was holding his bat in his left hand that confused me and thought made me think it might be Josh Thomas, and also the fact Josh Thomas is sort of junior in the side.
Yes.
Whether you send the junior.
Send him back out.
Yeah.
Cook then in again to Goldsworthy, and that's left alone outside the off stump. A better line this time. Simon Harmer, chief ball shiner at second slip there.
He's got a snood on as well, hasn't he? But his is either navy blue or black. And
Yeah.
Paul Walter's got his hand warmer.
Oh, nice.
That
They're
third
good
slip.
bits of kit.
Yeah.
Cook then into Goldsworthy, and this time defended on the back foot, up tall. Just drops into the leg side and is picked up. The hands straight back in the pockets from the fielder there.
I bet the slips have got very mixed feelings. On the one hand, they want to take wickets. On the other hand, they don't particularly want, a
Yeah.
batsman to go for a big offside slash and the ball to come
Yeah.
flying towards them.
I was watching them warming up, and they all had gloves on when they were taking their slip catches before play. Cook to Goldsworthy, and short this time. Goldsworthy tries to take it on. It just trickles down to fine leg. Fielder coming round to pick it up for a couple, but he looked very uncomfortable there as he played that shot.
It was maybe just a little, it was sort of borderline as to whether we shouldn't really play that pull shot or hook shot to a ball over sort of shoulder height so that you can get on top of it. And that was maybe a little bit higher than that.
Yeah, there was a bit of hesitance in it as well, so just dropped down to the leg side, and that's defended on the front foot, back up in the batter's half of the pitch from Sam Cook. He's just testing him a little bit there. It seems that he's carrying a bit of an injury, obviously, batting with a runner, and I think Cook might just be testing him, testing out that leg. So he's in again to finish the over, and defended this time on the front foot for no run. 4 runs from the over. Somerset now 204 for 5.
Yeah, it's not exactly been a run fest so far this morning. We've had 25 runs in 42 minutes, but I think Somerset will be quite happy with that.
I thought I was in for a bit of excitement when I saw that.
Well, you probably will be.
Overton
With Craig, if when Will Smead comes in, then I think that it depends how he plays. This will be his first class game of cricket, which seems extraordinary, considering how long he's been playing white ball cricket, not just for Somerset but around the world.
I recall him making a real impact in the 100.
First player to score 100 in the 100.
And he really gives it a whack, doesn't he?
He does. Snater to Overton, who's back on his stumps to a ball just short of the length. Plays it back to the bowler. But 3 years ago he decided that he didn't want to play any red ball cricket and was on a white ball only contract. And then towards the end of last winter, before the start of last season, he decided that he did want to play all formats. But he didn't get into the Somerset County Championship side last summer. This is driven nicely by Overton. That'll be 4 runs. Overpitched by Snater, and a straight drive from Overton. He does play that shot really well. Doesn't try and hit it too hard. He's a big man, and he just moves his weight into the shot.
Plays with an incredibly straight bat as well, doesn't he, on
He
those
does.
shots? Really beautiful to watch.
Moves on to 64, which is his highest score of the season. He made 60 last weekend against Notts. Snater in bowls, and again there's that broad straight bat of Craig Overton when he plays that defensive push. Slater doesn't look as if he's enjoying himself very much, does he? He's got a slightly hangdog air as he wanders back to his mark. Dark-haired, bit of a beard going on there.
Bit of a mullet, would we say?
Yeah, mullets have become very popular amongst
Very
cricketers
trendy.
for some reason. As Snater's in and bowls, and Overton stretching forward a little bit for that one, making sure he got right out to the pitch of it. I don't know whether that's a reflection of a societal trend or something that's peculiar to cricketers.
The mullet is back in a big way.
Ah, well, there you are.
Yeah.
I'm not very up to date with this sort of thing, what the young people are doing these days. What's going on now?
They're taking a slip out, potentially bringing on a helmet for a short leg, is it? Or is he just coming out into the
Yeah,
field?
yes, I think he's going to do what I suggested. He's going to come up to the stumps.
Well, it's about time they took your advice, isn't it?
It is. But I think it's a good move. Batsmen are much less comfortable if they've got a wicketkeeper breathing down their neck, almost literally.
Force them back into the crease.
Exactly. It keeps them honest, keeps them in the crease, and it just adds a little bit to the pressure. It's
Yeah.
something obviously that Alex Carey did very successfully for Australia
Very good gloveman.
during the Ashes series. So we've got Michael Pepper up to the stumps for Snater to Overton, who edges and I thought
he chopped it on.
we haven't got a replay screen, so I can't. But I think it was bat onto pad.
The stream is quite far behind currently. I'll tell you in about 2 minutes what happened.
We're going to get the replay at the same time as the next ball. Here comes Snater in bowls, and Overton won't get a run this time.
Lit like an inside edge onto Michael Pepper's thigh.
So it was off Pepper's thigh rather than Overton's thigh. It's the end of the over, 208 for 5. Overton 64, Goldsworthy 41. As the skies continue to brighten just a bit. No sign of any sun yet, sadly.
Change against to bowl at the Graham Gooch end, Jamie Porter.
Jamie Porter coming back into the attack. 12 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 49.
Sam Cook has decided he needs a little rest after the shift he's put in this morning. Porter taking over.
What's Michael Pepper doing now?
Well, the helmet's off.
Oh, he's getting his cap from umpire O'Shaughnessy.
Might see how he goes with Porter. See him getting up to the stumps again. And the 3 slips still in place. Elgar, Harmer and Paul Walter. As he's in, and that's first ball left alone outside the off stump. Straight through to Pepper. I'm eyeing up, there's a couple of Essex bobble hats in the crowd. They're looking quite cosy. I might have to...
I did think of bringing my bobble hat with me, but decided no, you can't possibly need a woolly hat at this time of year.
Porter in then, and this time defended just outside the off stump and runs off the face of the bat to backward point.
Especially in Essex, where the sun is always shining.
Well, it should be, shouldn't it?
East of England.
I've had some unseasonably warm April days at Chelmsford. Not so lucky this time.
Well, it can get absolutely stinking hot in this commentary box.
Yeah, it's a bit of a greenhouse
Yeah.
of had it before, because the windows are open, you're exposed to the elements, you feel like you're cooking in the sun here. As Porter's in, and that's left alone by Goldsworthy outside the off stump. A few cries from the Essex fielders, but I don't think.
Michael Goff just having a look at where Porter's feet had landed, his left foot is landing. Nothing said to the bowler.
Just checking he's not encroaching on the danger zone. But I think he's safe. Porter then in to Goldsworthy and driven out into the offside, manages to find a gap between cover and extra, and they'll come through for a single. Goldsworthy limps off to square leg.
Yes, there is a little bit more of a limp. Perhaps he's probably been taking painkillers, and maybe they're beginning to wear off.
Yeah, they can't be far away from drinks, actually.
Drinks? What, you mean cups of cocoa?
You'd hope so, wouldn't you? That would be nice.
Nice mug of Bovril.
Warm the goggles.
Oh, look, we've got a short mid-wicket.
Mid-wicket. Elgar's come out into that position. He's very agile, is Elgar, when he's fielding in close. Porter's in, and that's beautifully driven through cover. Fielder gives chase as they come back for a second. Sort of mops it up just by the boundary rope. But that's a lovely shot from Craig Overton.
Yeah, he didn't try and hit it too hard, did he?
Yeah, these check drives he plays with a very straight bat. It's clearly a strength of his. Played that lovely, and there's a lot of space out on the offside. They've just brought the fielder over, Elgar, over to the leg side. So they've got a mid-off, an extra cover, and a deep point. So there's quite a big gap on the offside, presumably to encourage a bit of driving from Overton. Porter's in again, and this time defended, and just drops to Elgar at that short mid-wicket position to end the over. And that's 211 for 5, 3 from the over.
Partnership now worth 97. Of which Craig Overton has contributed, or to which Craig Overton has contributed the lion's share with his 66. But Lewis Goldsworthy has been solidity personified at the other end, making the most of his opportunity to play county championship cricket for Somerset, because Tom Banton is warming the bench for the Gujarat Titans in the Indian Premier League. Hasn't actually played for the Titans yet. In the same team as his former King's College Taunton old boy, Joss Butler. Here's Snater to Goldsworthy. Goldsworthy for the umpteenth time. Props forward. He's faced 122 deliveries now, Lewis Goldsworthy, for his 42, so a strike rate of just under 35 per 100 balls, but no one in Somerset, or in the Somerset camp, would be complaining about that, because his innings has been just what Somerset needed against top-class seam attack. Sam Cook and Jamie Porter have got loads of Somerset wickets between them. Here's Snater. 3 slips go down. Goldsworthy plays that defensively. Sam Cook before this match, 30 Somerset wickets in 8 games. And Jamie Porter, 58 wickets against Somerset in 12 games. And then you've got Simon Harmer, who has taken 54 wickets in 13 games. So Messrs Harmer, Porter and Cook have enjoyed a rich harvest of Somerset wickets over the last few years. Slip comes out. Dean Elgar to that short mid-wicket position. This is driven and well fielded by the bowler in his follow-through. That was solidly driven back towards the stumps at the non-striker's end by Lewis Goldsworthy. Both mid-off and mid-on were making to turn to chase the ball down to the boundary, but Snater intervened. And there's no run, 211 for 5. Snater in bowls, and Goldsworthy plays this from the crease out into the offside. The trees along the river bank next to our commentary box, the River Can that is, just beginning to come into leaf. Chestnut trees I think they are. It's the trees at the far end. Likewise, Snater in bowls, and this is pulled away and well fielded at mid-wicket. Nice shot from Goldsworthy, a couple of yards either side, and that would have been 4 runs. But Benkenstein, I think that is, intervened. The Essex fielders, mostly, not all of them, but mostly in short sleeve sweaters. Understandably enough, they've probably got another layer on underneath their cricket shirts as well. Snater to Goldsworthy, who plays and misses as bails are taken off by Michael Pepper, but no harm done. It's a maiden over from Snater, 11 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 33. One more over to go before Mr. Topley returns. And that will signal the end of the first hour.
Yeah, they did start a few minutes early actually.
They did, I agree with you, yeah, because we were halfway through the first over when BBC 11 o'clock news came on.
Eager to get out there.
Yeah.
It's going to be Porter to continue then. Into Overton, and that is worked into the leg side, just turning.
Kept low, didn't it?
The ball shot along the floor, yeah. And Overton did well to jam the bat down on it. And they'll come through for a single, and he's safe at the non-strikers for a moment.
You playing cricket at the moment for Sussex?
Yes, well, first game is tomorrow.
Oh, right. Oh yes, in the Metro Bank, isn't it?
Yes, at Leicester. So yeah, getting
Which
back into
tier
the swing
of
of
Sussex
things. Tier 2.
Tier 2, yeah.
Essex women, of course, in action today against Hampshire as Porter's in, and that is
Gone.
just the tiniest tickle through to the keeper, and Michael Pepper takes the catch, and that is Goldsworthy gone.
42 from 127 deliveries, Lewis Goldsworthy. Well, it's been a fine knock
Yeah,
for Somerset, injecting some real solidity into the Somerset middle order batting at a time when it was badly needed. But just drawn into playing at that ball, leaving him outside the off stump, outside edge regulation catch.
Was caught by Michael Pepper off the bowling of Jamie Porter for 42.
Yeah, he's up on his toes and just feather of an edge through to the keeper. Porter making the breakthrough of that partnership, which, what was that worth in the end? Did it get to 100?
It was worth 98.
98, bottled it. Bottled it.
Looks like Will Smead to me.
The incoming batter for Somerset, Will Smead.
It is.
Will Smead.
Someone on Twitter, I can't remember who it was, saying, suggesting that has there ever been a better known cricketer making his debut in first class cricket than Will Smead? And I don't think there has been. I looked at Suryavanshi and Bethel and one or two others who've made their names in white ball cricket, but they all actually played a game of first-class cricket as one of their very earliest games, whereas Will Smead has played 136 games
Wow.
of T20 cricket all around the world.
Wow.
And now he's making his first-class debut. And good for Will Smead. Some of us have been suggesting that he ought to be given his chance in the championship, and it's unfortunate from the point of view of Tom Kohler-Cadmore that it's an injury that's given him his chance, but now let's see if he can make the most of it.
Will Smead then for his first ball in first class cricket and defending on the front foot, pokes it back.
I bet he's
to
nervous.
Porter.
I bet he's nervous.
Yeah, this won't be what he's used to. It's very cold, cloudy.
Well, he's come up from, he was playing in Abergavenny yesterday. He got 200 against
he?
Cambridge University, Cardiff University, and got the call. I think it was about midday, I suppose, to put him on notice that he might be required. He got here at 6 o'clock yesterday evening.
Porter into Smead and defended out into the offside. Times that really well, but straight to the fielder.
He's a
For
very
no run.
he's a very strong young man, Will Smead. He's a very intelligent young man as well.
Did he play rugby?
Did he play rugby? Toss
I
is
don't know. I
asking.
mean, not too.
He's built like it,
Yeah, he is.
Built like a fridge.
I think he would be immobile in today's
A mobile prop.
Yeah, I
he's
suppose
back, isn't he?
today's.
Porter in now and driven hard into the offside, but finds the fielder and there'll be no run. Needs to get off the mark, doesn't he? Settle those nerves.
He's been in the Somerset age group since the age of 10. Very much a local product.
Homegrown talent.
Yep. Went to Millfield Junior School and has been on Somerset's radar obviously for years and years and years. Hugely talented, but hasn't made the most of his opportunities in red ball cricket for Somerset seconds.
Porter in then and defended this time, keeping a little low.
Until this season, and the fact that he's scored 200s, he got 200 and a century in the game against Cardiff University, that's given him his chance here today, so fingers crossed from a Somerset perspective that he makes the most of it.
Thank you, Anthony. Anthony Gibson going to take a well-earned rest, and Toppers is back. He's been chatting away in the back of the box.
We've had
You've had a friend.
a friend,
Come and
my
visit.
only friend. No, Ray Baker. He's one of the ECB scouts, and
Lovely.
he was just commenting it's pretty cold, and he was quite happy to join in our box because it's marginally warmer here than outside. Well, we've seen an hour's play, and to be fair, Essex have only got the one wicket, but Somerset have added a few from their 149 as Snater's on his way in, and this is short of a length, and it's bounced a little bit where Overton has played off the back foot into cover, where quite a few of the Essex boys have got their hands in their pockets. Do you think they got some pocket warmers?
Yeah, we get those. They dish them out in the changing
they?
room, yeah.
Well, I reckon they've gone through various generations today, because back in my day, the hand warmers were only just invented. They really were. As Snater's in, bowls quite straight, Overton plays up to mid-on, there is no run.
They're brand new then.
Next generation. They probably you used to have to rub them together, break them open inside, and then those gels or crystals or whatever they did, there was a
Interesting.
chemical reaction, and gradually they got warm, but they only lasted about 40 minutes.
Oh dear.
As Snater's on his way in, right arm over, this is a little bit leg stumpish, it's going to run away for just the one. Well fielded Jamie Porter in front of the corporate boxes. He stopped the two, Slightly smaller boundary, but he did a lot of good work there, making sure Somerset didn't get back for the second. So well done, Jamie Porter. 1 run. 213 for 6.
They're now sort of activated by oxygen. So you open the packet and it's got like a sort of powder in it, and you shake it, and that gets it going, getting it exposed to the air. They last forever though.
Do that genuinely?
All day,
What?
all day. Same ones. Yeah.
In the field?
Yeah.
Would you use them in the field?
Yeah, absolutely.
Slater in, right arm over. Good delivery, just a little bit of bounce there where Smead has to come forward and play and then just go with the bounce. So good bit of batting, well bowled by Slater, good cricket all round.
I would use them in the box actually if I could today.
I would today,
Yeah.
I would. My spies tell me you brought something along with you, and I don't mean a cup of tea or a cup of coffee or a flask. As Snater is on his way in, bowls, good delivery, and he's been dropped at first slip. He looked as if he snaffled it, it fell out of his hands, and then he couldn't collect the rebound. That's a bad miss by Dean Elgar, my word, to have got rid of Smead there with 213 for then 7 with the tail to come in. Oh my word, no one means to drop catches, but that was pretty regulation for me. Poor Snater, the bowler, he's on his way in, keeper standing up this time. It's played on the front foot and Smead can continue, and he's got another chance. Beth, what do you reckon to that?
Well, it was straight at him. He got both hands to it, about knee high, and it just didn't stick. And he almost caught it between his knees, actually, on the
sort of rebound
as it fell down.
Yeah.
But Snater would be disappointed there, and
Cool,
Smead as a player, obviously it's his first-class debut. But you don't want to drop him on 0 when it's someone who can give it a real whack.
Oh,
that could be costly.
It was, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that would have made, if it had got naught, that would have made his thoughts about his 4-hour journey from Abergavenny. Hey, put my teeth back in.
Porter then in to Overton, and that beats the outside edge. Goes through to Pepper, but managed somehow not to edge it. Things just happening for Essex here. The breaking of that partnership's really crucial, because Goldsworthy was absolutely locked in, wasn't he? He was looking incredibly solid.
For a bloke that can't get a regular game, I thought he's batted very responsibly last night. He looked technically correct. He played very nicely last night and this morning.
Porter into Overton again and defended this time up towards mid-off. There'll be no run. Quite a tricky throw to the keeper though, as Michael Peppers had to do quite a deep squat to collect that, which is not what you want.
The lights are on. Filled grey skies here at Chelmsford. Not too much of a wind, slightly gentle I would call it. If it was slightly more aggressive wind, then it would be that much more biting.
Porter in, and this time worked up towards mid-on by Overton, but finds the fielder. Smead then, how's he feeling? He's nervous, first class debut, and he's been given a chance.
Yeah.
Dropped on 0. So he'll be thinking that he's got to make the most of this now.
Well, the keeper's coming back up to stand at the stumps for Porter, which is a great ploy because it keeps the batsman back in the crease, which then gives you a better chance of an LBW.
Porter to Overton and defended into the offside for no run. He looked like he might try and take a quick single there, but thought better of it, and it would have been a bit mad.
Big tall man Overton facing, so with the keeper standing up, he's got to come back into the crease rather than batting outside of the crease, as I said, it's an opportunity for an LB because he's had to come back into the crease. But he's a very tall man with long legs.
Porter then, and that's pushed out into the offside up towards mid-off. He'll come round and do the fielding. No run. So five dots in this over so far.
Keeper's come back now. What will Overton do? Will he stay within his crease, or will he now take the opportunity to bat outside his crease? And I think he's just gone outside his crease.
Yeah, I think he's not too far outside, but it looks like he's just in front of the line. As Porter is in to complete the over, and another dot to complete a maiden over. Somerset now 213 for 6.
Well, it should be 7, but it's not. And Essex will have needed that second wicket this morning. It took them an hour to get 1 wicket. But Somerset resumed this morning on 179. And have added therefore 179, added 44, is it?
Let's do the maths.
44?
Something like that, yeah.
But Snater continues, keeper's come up to him again. The only problem was that the keeper standing up just gives the first slip, which is Dean Elgar, a little bit later opportunity to see the ball. Snater in, right arm over. This is played on the front foot by Smead, who is still without a run to his name. Overton has 68 in 87 deliveries. Last night he got his 50 in quick time. He's played very responsibly this morning as captain in place of Gregory. Snater's on his way in. This is a good ball which is defended well by Smead. I'm sure this attack is slightly better than the attack Smead faced in Wales this week, where he got 2 tons.
Well, he must be knackered then if he's been batting. If he scored a double ton
He's in form.
and a ton,
Yeah.
he must have tired legs.
Well, I quietly said to Anthony Gibson, our BBC Somerset commentator, I said, he's scored enough runs this week, then he's due a blob. So lo and behold, he was dropped on naught. Driven out to mid-off, there is no run.
Who's that at cover 56?
That's Charlie Allison.
His hat's just blown off.
Has it?
Well, he's had to just run and pick up his hat that blew off just as that was bowled.
He looks cold, doesn't he?
It's not cricket weather.
No, it's not. What would
It's
you be
not.
doing today if you weren't at the mecca of cricket here at Chelmsford? As Snater's on his way in, played off the back foot, no run.
I'd probably be wrapped up.
Playing?
Not playing today, no. Wait, but the club season hasn't started yet.
No, it hasn't. Which is your club?
I play for Great Totham in Essex.
Yes.
Yeah, play out there.
And do they have many, how many 11s do they have?
They have, we've this year entered a 4th 11 into the league for the first time. So just up to 4.
Snater on his way in bowls. This is driven, shovelled into the leg side where there is no run. And you're an off spinner by trade.
Yes.
Batting
little
number?
office. Oh, down
Down.
in the
Down.
down somewhere in the mixer
With the
at
rabbits and the
bottom.
ferrets.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that right?
that. Yeah.
Do you like your batting?
I enjoy it. Yeah.
I don't. I
Doesn't last particularly long usually. Is the trouble.
I have that problem. This is a little shovel into the leg side. There was a little bit leg side from Snater, but it's very, very well fielded. Really was a super bit of fielding at mid-wicket, save 4 runs, because Smead shovelled that. It was a bit like a hockey shot, and he got a great connection, but it was particularly well fielded by, it could have been the acting 12th man.
It might be, but Benkenstein was there earlier. But I'm not sure. This is the trouble with them all wearing their knitted sweaters.
Which is what I've got at home, one of those with
Lovely. I love them.
Do you?
Yeah.
My ones from the yesteryear are British New Wool, but they were so thick.
There's Porter's into Overton, and that's defended back up to him. Yeah. Nice woolly jumper for proper heritage cricket. That's nice, isn't it?
They're the ones that we were talking about yesterday that can, in the rain, when they get a little bit wet, they offer. They're quite fragrant.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yes, wet wool. But yeah, we were one of the few teams not to have a band on our jumper.
This Porter's in, and that's driven square out into the offside by Overton. Now come through for a single to bring Smeed onto strike, who's yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, well, there wasn't many clubs didn't have bands. Middlesex was blue, Surrey was brown. All the teams, Gloucestershire had a multitude of colours in their band, which
Lovely.
they still have. But Essex didn't have a band, and the only other team county that I can remember.
Porter then into Smeed, and that skews off the outside edge to backward point, but is picked up for no run, and he looked eager to get through for a single there, but no luck.
Was Glamorgan. They had the daffodil.
That's lovely.
But then they developed during the 80s or 90s a blue band with the daffodil. But Essex remained without the bands round the sweater neck or the cuffs. And we just had our three. We argued yesterday whether it was sea-axes or scimitars.
As Porter into Smeed and defended out into the offside. And again, there'll be no run. I was hearing a little bit about this argument. There's been a tension between you and Anthony, actually.
We still haven't formally resolved it. There is something on the internet.
He's adamant it's a sea-axe.
He likes his history.
I know he was saying something about the Saxons.
Yes, that's right.
So the Saxons didn't use scimitars. It must be a sea-axe. As Porter's into Smeed and defended back up to the bowler for no run.
Every Essex player back in the 80s, when we played Middlesex, they used to call it the sea-axes versus the scimitars. But I can say to you that the Essex badge did change more recently.
Oh, really?
The Essex County Cricket Club badge, which is, you can see it on the side of the pavilion.
Oh, yeah.
Next door to the clock. More about that a bit later as Porter's
into Smeed and defended again to complete the over. So just the one coming from it. Somerset 214 for 6. So now the new badge is that. Have they changed it back to a sea-axe?
Funny enough, the swords have changed.
Interesting.
One or two people wrote in yesterday confirming that, and maybe it was very much a slightly different sword, probably an Arab sword.
Oh, yeah.
But we were all very aware of the badge back in the 80s, during our triumphant years. Essex never won anything until 1979, and then they've won the championship many years, many times, and certainly more recently. Somerset have yet to win the county championship.
Is that true?
You ask Anthony when you're next on air with him.
Oh no, well, I don't want to upset him. I might not bring it up.
Snater on his way in, 2 slips waiting, keeper up. Snater bowls, and that's a decent ball. That looks to me as if it just held its line there, and he's played and missed as Overton, and Overton's on 69, scored 214 for 6, and Smeed at the moment in his second innings is still on 0. given the charge by Dean Elgar, who's removed from the slips at the moment, as there's only 2. And this is driven out to mid-off, where it's fielded by Captain Sam Cook. Essex have bowled quite tight. It's been... Would it be fair to say the play this morning has been quite quiet?
It has. There's not been a huge amount of action.
No.
We've had maybe a couple of boundaries.
Unlike yesterday.
Well, yeah, I thought I was in for an absolute whirlwind of a day, and so far it's been pretty calm.
Snater, right arm over, little leg stumpish. That's a good shot, well fielded though by, I think that's the acting 12th man. I think I'm going to find out. I don't recognise him. I think he's new on the staff this year. Very well fielded, saved 4 runs. Slightly run scoring opportunity from Snater. Leg stump half volley. Smeed to face. 1 run so far from that previous ball. 3 slips for Smeed. Smeed drives into the offside. Good looking shot. He's going to take 1. It's gone across the netting area. It's gone for 2. They're just going to take the 2. He's up and running. Smeed, good looking shot, played into the offside. 20 past 12. Essex are in there. I'm just looking. We've had... This is the 63rd over of Somerset's first innings. Snater turns. 3rd slip's got still in there. This is driven and well fielded by Charlie Allison in the covers. Good looking shot. Similar shot to the 2 Smeed got to get off the mark. Played into the offside, but he found the fielder this time. The 2 umpires are wearing gloves today.
Yeah,
Did think about bringing scarves and a scarf in.
Scarves and a glove.
The teeth again. Snater in, plays with an open face bat, out to backward point, 1 run, umpire calls over, 217 for 6, Overton to face on 70, Smeed on 2.
Yeah, they look like there could be some sort of criminal heist out there at the moment, because both the umpires are wearing their black gloves to not leave fingerprints. We've got the slip cordon up to their eyes and snoods. You can't see their faces. They could pull off a bit pretty...
Really? Bank job?
Yeah, bank job, I reckon.
You are in Essex. There we go, Overton to face. 2 slips.
Porter in then to Overton, and that's just prodded back up to him. And Porter gives Pepper the nod, and he says,
permission. Yeah,
come up to
on.
the stumps.
Yeah. He is just batting out of his crease. Now has to return, otherwise he could find a terrific stumping. Quickly does a bit of gardening, retreats to the crease.
Pepper up to the stumps then as Porter's in to Overton, and that is not what you want to see. It's just skewed down the leg side and been given for 4 byes. It's flown
Now,
to the rope.
Pepper was standing back, he would have simply dived to his left and stopped
easy.
it. But unfortunately, he is now punished because he's come up to the stumps. Porter's pushed it down the leg side, gone for 4 runs, but it's 4 byes, and it goes against the wicket keeper, who will be annoyed by that.
Well, yeah, and the bowler's only got himself to blame because he'd literally just given Pepper the nod to say, come up to the stumps, as he's in again in a better line this time. And it's driven up towards mid-off for no run.
So you're an off spinner at Great Tottenham, and you bat low down,
Yeah.
right-handed.
When required.
When
Right-handed.
required. And career best for your bowling?
That's a great question.
You don't know.
I'm not 100% sure. Porter's in, and that's just worked into the offside.
Wow. Does your father not quiz you on things like
Oh,
that?
he does, but he would know. He might text me actually if he's listening.
Good afternoon, Mr. Harvey. What's your daughter's career best, please, if you're listening?
He'll be on play cricket. He'll have it memorised.
Will he?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a stats game, isn't it? Cricket. I'm surprised to hear that you don't know it.
Porter in, and that's just pushed into the offside by Overton. Fielder comes around to pick it up for no run.
Okay then, next question. Have you got 50s?
Never.
Never.
47 red was my
Oh,
best.
not out.
Run
Where
out
was
of
it?
partners.
Run out of partners. Yes.
Shock him.
Well, you nearly got there, didn't you? You enjoy your batting. I don't. To be honest, I don't know many batsmen. Maybe Peter Such. Many bowlers, spin bowlers, who don't enjoy their batting.
Porter in to Overton and prodded up
Oh,
towards
he's limping.
mid-off. He is, isn't he?
Yeah.
That looks ankle.
Yeah. Always. Don't worry too much about Jamie Porter. He always looks as if he's aching. He does, and he's got a huge heart, which, as a seam bowler, is people ask me, what do you need to become a good bowler? And I always say the first thing is a huge heart and a lot of bounce back ability. You clearly need talent to become good, but you need a huge heart, a huge amount of bounce back ability, and then the lucky ingredient is a lucky body where you don't get injured. For me, those are the three things you need to become a good bowler.
Well, he stayed on the pitch, so I don't think he's too worried about that ankle, but he did hop.
Yeah, he did.
Hop a little bit after his follow through.
Snater to continue. It remains quiet here at Chelmsford. Essex have just got the one wicket at the moment. They should have had two. Keeper standing up for Snater with three in the slips. This is driven back to Snater, who misses it on his follow through. Smeed is on two. Patient innings here, having amassed a load of runs in Wales this week before he was called up as a replacement for Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Snater on his way in. Good delivery, forced into the offside. He finds the fielder, Charlie Allison, at cover. There is no run. Slightly lighter than earlier. Many of us in the commentary box were concerned we may not start because we had a little bit of rain and it really was quite dark. Slightly lighter now. Snater moving away from us at the crease. It's good delivery where Smeed is already looking to come forward, which is good and appropriate batting for someone like Snater. He's looking to pitch the ball up, and therefore the batsman is looking to come forward. Half an hour away from lunch. Snater on his way in. Pass umpire Shaughnessy. This is a outside edge, thickish, but it's gone along the floor. I think that's Mulder running after to collect the ball. That's going to be a well-run three, with Overton calling his partner back for the third. Good cricket there as Somerset have moved on to 224 for 6. You've been keeping an eye on Essex ladies today?
Let's have a look.
They
how they're
started
cracking
early,
on.
didn't they, in their 50 over game? Did you? Where were they playing? Was it Southampton?
They're down at the Bowl, I think. Yeah, they're playing Hampshire.
This is Snater in, bowls. This is driven down the ground. That's a good looking shot, quite full, where Jamie Overton has played a check drive, a push check drive, elegant it was, and he collects 4, so 4 more, 228 for 6.
Craig.
Craig, did I say Jamie?
You said
I
Jamie
did say
again.
it yesterday, yeah.
It's a bit too confusing, really. They should just pick the best one, and the other one's not allowed to play.
So the ladies, what were they doing?
Essex are having a bat.
Yep.
They're 145 for 5 with 17 overs remaining.
Snater in. Craig Overton plays into the leg side and collects a single. Will he keep the strike? He will, because that's the end of the over. Good looking shot again. Muscled into the leg side. He avoids mid wicket and takes the single. Mr. Gibson is coming in, Beth, if that's all right. He's
Suits
going to
me.
take your seat and we'll see you after lunch.
Perfect.
Thank you. So I'm just thinking 17 overs, they could get another 80, 90, but they've got 5 wickets left.
Returning to bowl at the Graham Gooch end, Sam Cook.
Sam Cook coming in to replace Jamie Porter. I thought was a great effort there. Sam Cook, good. Well, have you had a coffee? Powdered your nose, Anthony?
I've been into the press box, which
That's
doesn't
warm
have
in
a
there.
window wide open, and it's nice and warm, and I've had a cup of coffee, so I'm feeling a little bit more human.
Good.
I do think
Good.
Essex have bowled really, really well against Will
Tight.
Smeed. Offered him absolutely nothing. He made him play just about every delivery.
Did you see the catch?
I did.
Not good, eh?
Not good.
Cook on his way in, and there's an edge, but it's flew very quickly over the right shoulder of Simon Harmer. Yes, my word, I don't really think that was a chance. He went
it
for
wasn't.
it, but it was too quick.
It's the old adage, isn't it? If you're going to slash hard, and he certainly slashed hard then.
233 for 6. No, I was really disappointed with the catch. Keeper was standing up, so he saw
It's
it
cold
a little
though, isn't
late.
it? It's cold.
Yeah, but it was regulation.
But
And he almost had it on the second account
you've
between
got to
his...
make a bit of allowance. Though. I mean, he's a very,
Really?
very experienced cricketer.
Hey, you're not in the slips for your conversation. Cook in, 2 slips waiting, driven by Overton up to mid off. There is no run, 79 not out. Played responsibly this morning.
Played very well, hasn't he? Throughout. It's been a real captain's innings. And he's done well as captain, as Craig Overton. Captained them well against the reigning champions last weekend.
Can I suggest a leader?
I think he's a natural leader, yeah.
Cook in, right arm over, driven into the offside, well fielded by Snater, who threatened to throw, but Smeed was back at the non-striker's end.
Now you can help me with some of the fielders. Who's that out at deep
There is a 12th
mid-wicket?
man, that's looks to me like Charlie Allison.
Right.
Shane Snater at fine leg. I think there is a
Who's at
young
mid-on? Is that Mulder?
Mulder, I think that is Mulder. Elgar at mid-wicket. There was a
Who's at extra cover?
Porter. This is
Driven.
driven back to Sam Cook, who does well on his follow-through. Wouldn't have gone for a boundary, because I think Porter would have covered it, but he nonetheless did very well.
So that must be Benkenstein at deep backward point, is that right?
Yeah, I think it is, or Critchley, one or the other. Has he got a beard? I'm looking, trying to check. I think that's Critchley.
Right. So is
There was a 12th man on who was, I think, a young pro. Cook. on his way in, outside off stump, moves away, keeper dives to his right, in front of first slip, no run. It is a bit lighter now, isn't it?
It is, yep, the weather is gradually improving.
And Beth told me that it's meant to be a little bit even better this afternoon.
Which will suit Essex, assuming they'll be batting sometime this afternoon.
Well, the lead is getting a little larger, worryingly. Cook on his way in. Short mid-wicket now, inside edge, safely down to...
I do wish the Wi-Fi wouldn't keep dropping.
To fine leg? Yes, yes.
Still.
Do you, it's over, you're going to take the next over, but do you want to have a look at scores around the grounds? I'd be grateful.
It's come back on. I will look at scores around the grounds. Indeed I will.
And there, there was some rain around, I think, as well, towards the west or north.
You're not missing any cricket because there's going to be a bowling change. Simon Harmer's going to come into the attack. Be interesting to see whether Craig Overton goes after him to the same extent as he did yesterday evening. Around the grounds. Glamorgan bowled out for 113 by Notts. So big first innings lead for Nottinghamshire. They didn't enforce the follow on. They're 7 for 1 in their second innings. Surrey all out for 520 as Harmer is in and bowls to Overton, who cuts away through the offside. That'll be 4 runs. Being chased in vain out to the deep backward point boundary. Overton on to 84. 238 for 6. Leicestershire 4 without loss. Sussex 111 for 5, replying to Warwickshire's 267. Harmer bowls. This is tossed up and driven firmly by Overton, but straight to Critchley, we think, at mid-off. Harmer bowls. Again, he's tossing this up, and again it's driven up to mid-off. Yorkshire 105 for 4, replying to Hampshire's 251. Durham 594 for 5 against Gloucestershire, second division. This is driven fiercely and very well fielded by Charlie Allison at extra cover. It was hit hard by Overton. He's offering up tempters, is Simon Harmer. He's got his snood around his neck as he's in and bowls, and this is well taken down the leg side by Michael Pepper. And still in the second division, Northants 447 for 1
Still
against Kent. 448 for 1 now. Harmer in and bowls, and Overton this time stretches forward. Who's getting the runs?
is it
Proctor is 138 not out, and Harrison 146 not out.
He's the fella that moved, was it, from
Calvin
Nottingham?
Harrison, yeah, very leg spin bowler.
Yeah, I think he's quite a handy cricketer.
I was surprised Notts let him go.
Yeah.
I mean, because he bowls leg spin, he bats well. Witness, big unbeaten century, and he's also a brilliant fielder.
Yeah, correct. I've seen him in the flesh a few times, and I think he played a bit of 100 cricket, and he was at a game
we
where...
don't count that. We don't count that.
Oh, Anthony.
We've managed to avoid that subject so far. It's early in the season. We don't need to be thinking about that. As welcome to listeners to Radio 5 Sports Extra.
Cook in, it's driven. Is it me or you?
It's you.
It's me. Driven into the offside. Good bit of fielding. I'm going to say that Essex have actually fielded quite well, apart from the drop catch by Dean Elgar at slip, where Smead who is an emergency replacement substitute, but he ended up being dropped on naught, and he's travelled all the way from Abergavenny. And that would have made his trip, I'm sure, if it had been out for naught, but he's still there. Cook on his way in, 2 slips awaiting. Smead plays, he gets hit on the thigh pad, and he does.
Ow, just a cry of agony from Sam Cook. Ow!
Picks up the ball and hands it back to Sam Cook. That is so polite.
That's the voice of Don Topley. Next to me, Anthony Gibson. Don from BBC Essex. I'm from BBC Radio Somerset. Somerset 238 for 6, which is a lead of 89.
Useful lead that. Cook on his way in. A short mid-wicket has come into play. That man who's just received the ball, which I think it is Mulder, the South African. No, it's not. It's Dean Elgar, who is also South African. They're the 2 Essex overseas players, and your overseas players. Tell us a little bit about
We've only
Somerset.
got one.
Yep. Any reason why?
Well, there are 2 reasons. One, they haven't been able to find anyone that meets the sort of person spec they're looking for.
Cook in, driven to backward point, played with an open face back, but safely by Smead.
Who would be an overseas fast bowler, but there aren't very many really good ones around. And the other reason is that they want to give their own young quick bowlers a chance, i.e. Alfie Ogborn,
Who did well last week.
Who did well last week, being rested for this game. And JT Langridge, another left-arm seam bowler. But I think if the right player turned up, then they'd sign someone.
Cook, right arm over to Smead. Smead drives, finds the fielder, Snater, who is very athletic in the offside at cover. Good bit of bowling, good cricket all round. Yeah, just going back to yesterday, it was a good toss to win. Somerset bowled beautifully yesterday here at Chelmsford. They were tight, they were on the money, and they gave Essex nothing.
You see, interesting, Jason Kerr, the Somerset head coach, said they bowled well in parts. He wasn't completely satisfied with the way they bowled.
Cook in and down the leg side, and Pepper stops the ball to prevent any byes. There have been 2 4-byes, I think, in this game so far. The only thing going back to yesterday, and I thought Somerset, there was a period of play where Somerset bowled so well, but Lammonby came on, who for me isn't quite as dangerous as the other 4.
True.
All right, and Lammonby got Dean Elgar just before lunch for can only be described as a particularly average shot, and it opened the gate because 2 balls later he got, in the same over, he got Critchley nicking it, and you know that opened up the vulnerability.
Yeah, not long before
Essex.
Lunch. Yeah, absolutely. Here's Harmer in to bowl to Overton, who gets a thick inside edge onto this one, out into the onside. Won't get a run. Somerset have lost the wicket this morning, just of Lewis Goldsworthy, who played a very important, very solid innings of 42. Overton strokes this into the onside. Before he got a good one from Jamie Porter, which did just enough to find the outside edge, caught behind by Michael Pepper. Yeah, I've said hello to listeners to BBC 5 Sports Extra, and I don't know what the Overton is. Overton, no. I can reveal to you, is at 84 not out from 115 deliveries, and it's as good an innings as I've seen him play in recent years. Down the pitch driving, I think about a single, but it's not there.
Differing innings from yesterday and today.
Yeah, I mean,
cool. Did he play well last night?
He had the opportunity, you know, the last hour of the day. Harmer in, bowls to him, good ball, but wasn't particularly good ball. It went down it was good length, but wide down the leg side.
He took on Overton took on Harmer last night, where this morning he's played particularly responsible.
Yeah, and the Essex have bowled well this morning. Bowled really tightly down the pitch, lofting this down the ground for 6. Bang! You probably heard that into the sight screen below us. The first 6 of the day takes Overton to 90. It's the third 6 of his innings, and it takes Somerset to within touching distance of a 3-figure lead. They've now got a lead of 95 on 244 for 6.
Well, 4 wickets remaining, 95 lead, that's quite significant. It's probably not doing quite as much as yesterday morning, but it's still, I believe, going to assist the bowlers with the next new ball. New ball, well, Essex are in, bowling with, this is the 70th over. So we shall see how much this wicket's still doing it if we see a new ball from Essex in due course. But it's going to be the introduction of Matt Critchley, who picked up a 5-wicket haul last week in Hampshire's second innings, and he was very much man of the match because he had a career best as well, batting of 170, and he played so well last week in Southampton. But he's going to be bowling from the Hayes Close end. He's going to be bowling at Will Smead. There's a solitary slip, which is Dean Elgar. And basically the field is spread out a little bit. He bowls his leg spin, which is driven up to long off for a single, which brings Overton on to strike on 90. And he's faced 118 balls in this captain's knock. Last night was particularly aggressive, where he got more than a run a ball half century. But today he's batted responsibly, where Overton leaves the leg spinner through to the keeper. Michael Pepper, standing up, picks it up very nicely and hands it back to the bowler. Critchley turns, short, run up, full toss, driven into the offside, which Walter dives over the ball there. And they're going to take an easy 2 for Overton to move to 92. Which is about the lead as well. Just over, isn't it?
98 the lead is.
Yeah. Be very proud. It was his birthday yesterday, Jamie Overton. Craig Overton as well. Into the offside, well fielded by captain Sam Cook. Stops any runs, hit quite powerfully by the Somerset captain. Just waiting in his crease, tapping his bat down, bat aloft, a little quicker from Critchley, comes forward with a forward defensive into the offside, no run. What are you researching, Anthony?
I'm not saying.
Oh, waiting with bated breath. Overton facing Critchley. Critchley on his way in, a little slower, tickled round the corner. Overton calls his partner through, and Smead agrees, and they take a single, and Overton keeps the strike.
Yeah, Will Smead, who made the long journey from Abergavenny, why can't I say Abergavenny, yesterday afternoon. It's the cold, I think, and he's been made to work really hard since he got here. Came in when Lewis Goldsworthy was out. Just 6 runs from 31 deliveries. This from the man who has played 136 games of T20 cricket at the highest level all around the world. First cricketer to score 100 a century in the 100. And, this is a very different style of cricket to that to which he is used. Here's Harmer into bowl to Overton, who just stuns that into the onside. Craig Overton on 93. As we were saying, a captain's innings following up on his 60. Very important innings that was against Nottinghamshire as well. Harmer bowls, he drives this, and there's a half stop, good half stop by Charlie Allison at extra cover, which saves his side 3 runs. Overton on to 94, 249 for 6, so the lead now exactly 100.
Essex's ground fielding has been actually quite impressive. It's just the one catch at slip which has been costly. It's cold out there and quite difficult to be in the field.
Harmer to Smeed. This is going to be interesting to see how Will Smeed takes on the off spin down the pitch, using his feet, which is good to see. Will Smeed, he's shown a well organised defence so far. Harmer bowls to him and he turns this into the onside, but there won't be a run as Porter picks up by where the square leg umpire would be if the square leg umpire Michael Goff wasn't standing at point. Harmer to Smeed. Again, he's content just to push that back to the bowler. Got a slip and a forward short leg. I guess that's Benkenstein underneath the helmet.
Yeah, I believe so.
Harmer in bowls. Smeed down the ground, drives that down the ground for either foot. I think it's Ford, bouncing just inside the ropes. And that is the Somerset 250 on the board, which means they've got a batting point, which I would have given quite good money against when they were 16 for 3 yesterday afternoon, and Porter and Cook were rampant. But it's been a very good recovery by Somerset, spearheaded by James Rew and Tom Abel, and carried on by Lewis Goldsworthy, and most emphatically by Somerset's acting captain Craig Overton, who has 94 to his name.
How many centuries has he previously had?
Shall I take Craig
Yes,
Overton?
absolutely, absolutely. How many centuries has he previously had?
1.
Okay.
Here's Critchley to Overton, needs 6 for his 100. It's a full toss, he drives it away into the onside and will take just the single. Moves on to 95, and I'll hand back to Don Topley.
Who was that solitary century against? Can you remember?
I can remember, but I'm not prejudging.
Critchley's
saving it up.
Driven into the offside, where that's a
lovely
nice
shot.
looking shot through the offside. It was probably genuinely off stump half volley, and he's been given the invitation and he's caressed it powerfully through to the it's commonly known as the mole hole, which is the complimentary tickets players' wives, girlfriends, mums and dads here at Chelmsford, which is an extra cover. This time it's a little flatter, not quite a half volley, but it's driven back to Critchley powerfully, but there is no run.
He is a very powerful striker of a cricket ball, is Will Smeed.
Yep. Waiting, bat aloft, Critchley's in. There's a good leg spinner where Overton wants the single, but Smeed has not moved. And
But there wasn't a single there.
No, but
I don't know why Overton thought there was.
Well, he wants the strike. Critchley bowls, and that's cut. He's seen the length, but there's a man in front of the pavilion boundary, where square of the wicket, where it's a good throw, but there is one run, and it does bring Overton on 95 not out. He's on strike.
He's just got one ball in this over. Craig Overton on 95. Critchley bowls to him. He drives this up to long off, which means he will keep the strike on 96, needing just 4 runs for his 100. 260 for 6. It's been a very good batting performance, this by Somerset, in what have generally been pretty bowler-friendly conditions. Certainly first thing this morning it was dark and cold and damp, and I rather feared for Goldsworthy and Overton with Porter and Cook operating, given their record against Somerset, those two. Right, Harmer it is. He's going to bowl around the wicket to Overton. Overton on 96. Harmer bowls to him and plays this back to the bowler.
Wasn't given too much air, that was it? Relatively flat for Harmer, that was.
Harmer, how many runs has he got? 52 in 12 overs. Expensive for Simon Harmer. Overton plays this again to mid-on, where it's fielded. Is that Snater there? Mid-on?
Yes, it is.
Harmer to Overton, and he whips this one away down to deep backward square leg. It'll just be a single there. Moves on to 97 to 61 for 6. Got just 5 minutes to go before lunch, so I think Craig Overton would love to get his 100 before lunch. Harmer to Smeed, stretches forward to a good length ball. It's the first time I've seen Will Smeed in whites. Haven't seen any of his cricket for Somerset seconds. Harmer bowls to him, gives us a bit more air. It's cut and not fielded cleanly at backward point, but a pretty good stop by Jamie Porter. But it does mean that Craig Overton is on strike. That's the 50 partnership between Overton and Smeed. Overton the lion's share of them, Smeed 16. So it's Harmer to Overton, who will get a... Now they think about a single, there probably would have been one, but actually Snater recovered pretty well.
He did well, actually, didn't he? Stopped the single there.
So I think we will get probably one more over before lunch. Depends. I don't think Essex will be in any hurry to bowl it. Clock saying 12:56.
No, I think Essex will be happy to see Overton not get his century before lunch.
Well, exactly. That's why I don't think they're going to be in any great
that's
hurry
right.
to
Why would they
bowl the last over.
try and bowl an extra over?
Somerset added this morning 179 overnight for 5, so they've added 73 for 1 this morning, and that's a tribute really to some very accurate seam bowling from Messrs Porter and Cook, as ever.
So Smeed to receive the delivery from Critchley. Critchley's ready, he's on his way in, he bowls. This is quite a quick leg spinner. Smeed plays it sensibly and smartly into a gap into the offside, calls his partner through, which then will now allow Overton on 97 not out to face 5 more deliveries before potential lunch.
Sky's lightning all the time here at Chelmsford. Craig Overton skippering Somerset. It was his birthday yesterday, 32 years old yesterday. Absolutely in his cricketing prime. He looks around the field. We've got men out at long off, deep cover. Here's Critchley to Overton on 97. And he goes on to 98 with a single into the onside.
Quite a quick leg spinner that was. He's come forward, just closed the face and played it into a gap into the offside. Easy single, Critchley, bowling to Smeed. Smeed is on 17 where he's played it into the leg side. There is no run. Tall Paul Water collects the ball and passes it back to Critchley. Umpire Goff at the far end. Shining the ball is Critchley, giving it a buff on his rump, and he's now on his way in bowls. Outside off stump, played with a forward defensive into the offside, no run. Critchley waiting. Smeed is well away from the stumps, looks around the field, remodels sort of his grip on his bat. Bat is aloft, he's not at his crease. Essex have just taken their time, brought long off up into the ring. Critchley's ready, Smeed is ready. Critchley's in. driven into the offside, but finds the fielder.
Well, there'll be no 100 for Craig Overton before. Well, it's actually, the clock hasn't ticked over to 1 o'clock yet, but I think it will do. So I think.
Mr. Shaughnessy will want his lunch, I sense.
Yes, it's gone over to 1 o'clock. So no 100 for Craig Overton before lunch.
Critchley to Smead. Forward defensive, smothers the ball, and the players and the umpires all march towards the pavilion for lunch. Well, Essex have tried hard, they've bowled quite tight, their ground fielding has been good, but they have dropped Will Smead on naught. But the morning is all about Jamie Overton. Jamie Overton has...
Craig
Overton has 96.
You watched too much Surrey, Don.
Yes, he has played a 98. He has played absolutely beautifully. He's been responsible after yesterday's exploits, where he was quite aggressive, and he was Botham-esque at times yesterday for those who have a long memory of Somerset cricket. So well done, Anthony. We've got a 1 o'clock update. You can go off and have your lunch.
Very good morning for Somerset. They've added 85 for the loss of Lewis Goldsworthy for 42. Craig Overton on the verge of a second first-class century, 98 not out.
Yes, good afternoon. It's not been a great morning, but Essex have battled hard with the ball, and they've only got the 1 wicket to show since the overnight score, but they have dropped Will Smead, who was on naught. He was dropped at slip, so sadly that's not such a good bit of
replying to Essex's 149 all out, so a first innings lead so far of 115.
Sam Cook leading out your Essex team.
Craig Overton, 98 not out. And at the other end, Will Smeed, Somerset's injury replacement for Tom Kohler-Cadmore. He's got 17, been made to work really hard for his runs. It's cold and cloudy, but there's one or two patches of blue sky overhead suggesting that the weather might improve, but it's also spitting with rain. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset. With me, Beth Harvey, who plays cricket for Sussex, and it was an absorbing morning session, wasn't it, Beth?
Partnership. A great partnership between Overton and Goldsworth. It was really crucial for Somerset. They looked to be very set and solid before Goldsworth fell. I think the partnership worth 98.
98, yeah,
wasn't it?
Absolutely crucial.
Just before that breakthrough. So they'll be hoping that Smeed and Overton can do a similar job. Overton obviously on the edge of getting his century, 98 not out over lunch. Smeed was dropped on 0, but has since looked pretty convincing, I think.
He's defended well. I mean, they've bowled really well at him, making him play just about every delivery. Right, here we go. Craig Overton on 98. Simon Harmer to bowl to him. He's in and bowls, and Overton stretches forward. Plays it defensively into the offside, and there is no run. Harmer to Overton. Won't be a run here, as he turns that into the onside. Harmer bowls to Overton, and he'll pick up a single. Moves on to 99. And that was his 135th delivery. Harmer to Smeed. Smeed resolutely forward, playing a very different sort of cricket to that to which he is accustomed, with all the franchise cricket that he's played around the world. Harmer to Smeed, drives this back to Harmer, and there'll be a single, which means that Craig Overton will be on strike with 2 overs of the over remaining, 2 balls of the over remaining. So Harmer to Overton, who's on 99. Turns this into the onside, goes through for the single, and that's his century. A captain's century from Craig Overton. It's his 2nd century in first-class cricket.
136 deliveries, including 14 fours and 3 sixes.
There you are, 14 fours and 3 sixes in 136 deliveries. He looks to the heavens, raises his bat to acknowledge the cheers of his teammates away in the dressing room to our right, and the warm applause all around the ground. A terrific knock from Craig Overton, mixing judicious aggression with stout defence.
Yeah, he's shown his ability to read the game and kind of go through the gears as and when. Obviously his first 50 coming off 36 balls last night, very attacking, and then today a much more measured approach, just waiting for the bad ball. And Essex have bowled very well at him, but he's been very patient and just picked them off where he could. Very well batted. And it's going to be Critchley to continue, as that's worked through square leg, and they'll think about coming back for a second, and they will. Chance of buzzers, but I think that's mopped up pretty easily.
I can now reveal this is not Craig Overton's highest score in first-class cricket. That was 138 against Hampshire back in 2016, but it is his longest innings in first-class cricket.
Critchley in, and that's defended right forward on the front foot as it trickles into the offside for no run.
That's his 138th delivery, and Steve Pittard, nice super stato. Come back to that after this.
Critchley's in, and it's driven but finds the fielder at short cover.
Reveals that Overton's previous longest first-class innings was 136 balls when making 66 against Essex in the 2020 Bob Willis Trophy final at Lord's.
Critchley bowling and doing the fielding as that's pushed back towards him.
That was on another very bleak day. And on that day we had to have not just the windows open but the whole doors open and everything because it was in the middle of COVID.
And that's just worked into the offside for the bat of Overton. Critchley in, and that's driven straight, punched off the back foot, right past the stumps at the non-striker's end, but long off coming round to mop it up, and they'll just get through for a single to end the over. Somerset 270 for 6.
Thank you, Steve, for that stat. I've also had a tweet from Don Topley's great friend Ian Shepherd, who does the Always Look on the Bright Side of Life podcast. And Ian is in Fuerteventura.
Very nice.
In the Ilias Canarias. Here's Harmer into Overton, who turns this away through mid-wicket for a single, 271 for 6. He says, your commentary is currently the only thing keeping me sane. Currently 1 hour into the queue for passport control with two grumpy kids at Fuerteventura Airport. Still no end in sight. Looking forward to a nice relaxing afternoon by the pool watching Somerset. Harmer bowls and Smead stretches forward. Plays it up to mid-off. No sign of any dramatic change in approach from these two Somerset batsmen, still looking to grind out the runs. Harmer to Smead, gets a good length ball, plays it into the offside. There's one or two patches of blue sky heading in our direction. They're not, of course, but giving the appearance of heading in our direction. Harmer bowls, and this one comes off a thick edge as Smead pushes forward, but it goes straight down. Picked up at backward point by Jamie Porter. Harmer to Smead. Little bit of shape to that delivery from Harmer. A little bit of drift. He's bowling into the breeze, or with the breeze sort of coming slightly across from right to left. And Smead gets another good ball, plays it slightly warily out into the offside, just the one run from that. Simon Harmer over, 271 for 6, 104 to Craig Overton, his second highest score in first-class cricket, and 18 to Will Smead, which is his highest score in first-class cricket because this is the first-class game of cricket he has played.
He's been watchful, hasn't he? 53 balls for his 18.
Well, he had that long drive up from Abergavenny, so he's obviously wants to make it worthwhile.
Critchley's in now.
And he very nearly didn't make it worthwhile when he was dropped at first slip by Dean Elgar before he'd scored.
Yeah, pretty straightforward chance for Elgar as well. You'd expect him to take that. Both hands on it as that's driven out towards the cover boundary. Fielder is out there though, and we'll cut it off. Just a single to Overton.
Got a long off and a long on 2/3 of the way back for Will Smead, who does like to hit the ball down the ground.
Critchley in, and that's cut away firmly, but will find the fielder on the boundary. I think that's Snater out there. Neat bit of work to keep it to 1. In again to Overton, and that's just worked into the leg side, but finds the man at mid-wicket.
We have got 2 overs and 2 balls before the new ball is due,
As the next ball, the over is just defended out towards the offside.
on which Essex will be pinning their hopes.
Yeah, and they've got a great seam attack as well, with led by Captain Cook at the moment. Critchley's in, and this time just manages to evade the fielder at mid-wicket as they come through for a single.
He's farming the strike, Craig Overton, at the moment. But
And
then
why
he is the
not?
captain,
He's batting pretty well.
and he's got 100 under his belt. And a very important 100 it has been too, because Somerset were in all sorts of trouble yesterday afternoon at 16 for 3. But some very determined batting from James Rue and Tom Abel and Lewis Goldsworthy, Craig Overton, and now also Will Smead. They've all of them batted with great skill as well as determination. Harmer to Overton. Just plays that quietly back to the bowler. Got a slip but no short leg. Harmer in bowls. Overton drives it firmly back to the bowler. Harmer still got his snood on, but it's obviously rolled down around his neck rather than covering the lower part of his face. Harmer in bowls, and Overton plays that respectfully. Haven't seen any real aggression from Overton since the session started. And again, it just plays this back to the bowler, who takes it low down to his right. Not a big crowd today. It was a very good crowd here yesterday. Over 3,000 people. Harmer bowls short, and this is driven down the ground and misfielded, but which means that they can come back for a second run. Who's the guilty party there? Tom
That's
Topley.
Cook.
Sam Cook.
Who got up
He
a bit
sort of
gingerly after that failed
Died over the
dive.
top. 2 runs are taken, 276 for 6 down the leg side. Craig Overton misses out. Just needed to get something on there with long leg up inside the circle, as it were. There is no circle, of course, in first class cricket. But end of the Harmer over. We just got 1 over now before the new ball. 276 for 6, so the lead at present 127.
Yeah, you can see Porter's limbering up. She's been doing a few stretches, ready for the new ball. But it is going to be Critchley to continue in the meantime. Will Smead on strike, 19 from 54 balls for him so far. As Critchley's in over the wicket, and this is driven firmly up past the bowler, but will find the fielder at long off as they come through for a single.
It's going to be very interesting to see how Will Smead gets on against the new ball, because I suspect he will be replacing Tom Kohler-Cadmore as opener.
As Critchley's in, and just dropped a little bit short this time and cut away. There is protection on that offside boundary, so they'll come through for just the 1.
To open the innings. He does open the innings in 20 over cricket, of course.
Critchley in now to Smead. That's driven firmly, but finds Harmer at short cover. Yeah, there's something a bit different about facing the red ball in on a cold day in
Absolutely, yeah.
April.
Yep.
than opening in the white ball stuff. As Critchley's in, and that's driven firmly, and he gets bowler gets a good hand on it and stops any run.
Yes, it's a very favoured position in the batting order in white ball cricket, opening the innings against the hard white ball.
That's the next ball of the overs, driven up towards the man at long off, as they'll come through for a single. Yeah, in that power play, only 2 fielders allowed out, and that's where you want to be really in white ball cricket, but not quite the same. Not quite the same in red ball. As the Critchley just pulls out of his run up there, while Nick Smead at the non-strikers was signalling for someone to come and get his jumper. But he's in now to Overton, and that's punched up towards long off with another single to end the over. So the 4 singles coming from it, taking Somerset to 279, 280 actually for 6.
Just seeing how Somerset women are getting on in their Metrobank one-day cup game against the Yorkshire women, and they bowled Yorkshire out for 178 in 33.5 overs, so sounds like a pretty good chance.
Taking the new ball at the Sir Alistair Cook end, Jamie Porter.
And absolutely no delay in taking the new ball. That game being played down at Cooper Associates County Ground at Taunton, so I thought it was a very good chance for Somerset's women to open their campaign with a win, and the sun is out. How lovely.
That's beautiful.
And Jamie Porter has got ball in hand. Craig Overton is on strike, and Will Smead has taken his jumper off in tribute to reflection of the sunshine. Porter in and bowls, and this runs off the leading edge out into the offside. They take the single. I think the spectators would be jolly glad of a bit of sunshine. It must be absolutely freezing sitting out in the stands. It's chilly enough in our commentary box. Yeah, Don Topley just saying the wind's got up, and it has. So the weather is giving with one hand and taking away with the other. Porter to Smead, and Smead will get a single. This time he turns the wrists on that, runs it down to deep backward square leg for a single. Moves on 223, 283 for 6. Or is it 282? 282 for 6. Scoreboard quick to put the runs up on the board, and Smead has 22, not 23. Porter in the sunshine into Overton, outside the off stump, punched up to mid-off, where the Essex captain Sam Cook is waiting for it. 3 slips, different configuration. Paul Walter's gone into first slip, Simon Harmer at second, and I think that's Vian Mulder at third, because Dean Elbar is at mid-wicket. Porter in bowls to Overton, plays this into the offside through a diving Charlie Allison. It won't go for 4. It's going to be cut off just inside the deep extra cover boundary, and they come back for 2 runs. 284 for 6. Overton on to 113. No? Yes, it is. Scoreboard was slower at that time, keeping us on our toes. Porter to Overton. It's just punched into the onside. That I think will run away for 4 runs. It will indeed. That Critchley in warm pursuit. 4 runs to Overton. He moves on to 117, 288 for 6. And no great problems so far with the new ball. But as Don Topley pointed out in the first innings, in the Essex first innings, and also at the beginning of this Somerset first innings, the first few overs of the new ball doesn't do quite as much with the lacquer until the lacquer comes off it, as this is a mixture of bat and pad down to long leg for another single, and Overton takes a single off the last ball of the over yet again, 118 to his name. Goldsmead on 22, 289 for 6, so the lead now 140.
Not the ideal start with the new ball that Essex would have wanted, 9 coming off that over, and Porter just straying a little bit leg side, a little bit short, maybe just loosening up.
From the Graham Gooch end, Sam Cook.
And it's going to be the captain, Sam Cook, to continue at the Graham Gooch end with that new ball in hand. Just bowls to his pal Dean Elgar next to him at mid-off.
Wonder if Dean Elgar damaged his finger when he dropped that catch.
Yeah, he did come out pretty swiftly after that, didn't he? As Cook is in to Overton and short, and that jumps up and hits Overton in the midriff. He seems to be alright.
Yeah, well done, I think.
Initially was doubled over.
Just signalling to Will Smith that that one did bounce a little bit more.
We did see Cook hobbling around a little bit after saying he rolled his ankle, but seems to be running in pretty okay here as he's into Overton, and this time good area, defended on the front foot, pushed back up towards the bowler.
Leicestershire made a good start against Surrey, facing that mountainous 520. They're 53 without loss, which suggests that the pitch at the Oval is pretty bland.
Yeah, it looked like a day for batting yesterday. Cook then in, and that's driven firmly, beautifully into the gap at mid-off, and will run away for 4. Fielder didn't have a chance there really, and Overton plays that shot so well. We shouldn't play it a few times today. Just really straight bat, check drive, doesn't try and overhit it, playing in the V.
Some very enthusiastic applause as well from the Somerset travelling support contingent just beyond the boundary where that shot from Overton finished up.
Cook is in and for a reply, and that's kept very low outside the off stump. Overton tried to drive it with no luck as it crept under the bat, but that, after the first one of the over that popped up at him off a length, that seems to have died.
Yeah, a little bit of what dear old Jim Laker used to call invariable bounce.
Three slips in for Cook to Overton as he's in, and this time whipped through square leg, racing towards the boundary, and I don't think long leg's going to be able to cut it off as it goes for 4.
Beautifully timed.
Overton looks in some touch, and sometimes with that new ball what you can see is that where it's that bit harder, it runs away to the boundary a bit quicker and comes off the bat. Comes off the bat really well, and Overton with a couple of boundaries with this new ball so far. He moves to 126. Cook to finish the over, and this time defended outside off stump, but finds a gap.
And he's pinched the strike again. Shades of cricketer that Don Topley will remember, Viv Richards, because batsmen batting with Viv Richards always had to be on the alert for 5th and 6th ball of the over to take the quick single if they were at the other end. A great man did love to have the strike.
Well, Overton's looking in very good touch, so why not?
Yeah. 127 from 167 deliveries.
And that will
Overton.
just take the pressure off Smeed a little bit as well at the other end. Settle any nerves.
Sun trying to break through again as Jamie Porter is in from this Alistair Cook end to Craig Overton, who stretches forward, plays it defensively. Back up the pitch. And it's going to be interesting to see how Somerset's bowlers go against Essex second time around. Fancy the pitch has certainly lost a bit of pace and bounce. Porter in bowls, and this is whipped away through the onside, and it's going to be cut off at deep square leg. So it's just the single to Overton, goes on to 128, 299 for 6, so 150 lead now for Somerset, which is more than useful. Gives them the opportunity to put real pressure on the Essex batting lineup when the time comes. Will Smeed on strike to Jamie Porter. Smeed pushes that out into the offside Charlie Anderson fields. These two came together when Lewis Goldsworthy was out, when the score was 212, so they've added 87 for the 7th wicket. Overton in the lead role, and Will Smeed. This is turned away through the onside for 4 runs, over pitched by Jamie Porter, and Will Smeed didn't try and hit it too hard, picked his spot between mid-wicket and mid-on, brings him 4 runs, takes him on 226, and it's the Somerset 300 on the board, and with it a second batting bonus point.
That was a lovely shot, just slightly over pitched from Porter, but Smeed just turning his wrists on it to find the gap.
Porter to Smeed again. This is, I think that was an intentional shot. It's going to go for 4 runs to wide third man. So successive boundaries to Will Smeed, who goes on to 30. Just beginning to get into his stride, Will Smeed. Offered a bit of width there by Jamie Porter. Previous delivery, which he hit for 4 through wide mid-on, was a little bit of a half volley. Porter hasn't been quite at his best with the new ball so far. Still got 3 slips as he bowls to Smeed. Punches this away through the offside, and that's 3 consecutive boundaries. Again, width from Porter. And another very nice shot, classy shot that from Will Smeed. Don Topley is despairing at the, the quality of the bowling with the new ball, which hasn't been great, it has to be said. 311 for 6, 128 to Craig Overton, 34 now to Will Smeed, whose strike rate has gone above 50 runs per 100 balls for the first time with those 3 consecutive boundaries in that Jamie Porter over.
Yeah, that was just too short outside of stump, and it sat up beautifully for Will Smeed to capitalise on it, and now he's seems like he's hitting his flow a bit more. He's not going to miss out on that. Cook now then from the Gooch end into Overton, and that's just straying slightly leg side, but goes through to the keeper. Just needs to regain a bit of control here. A couple of loose overs, and it feels like Somerset are starting to really hit a rhythm. Overton on 128 and looking to continue. As Cook's in and this time defended. Much better area from Cook. Good length.
Cook has bowled better with the new ball than Porter has.
He has. It's very tight this morning. Didn't give much away.
This is figures 2 for 76.
Cook in to Overton, and this time just a little too straight. Overton whips that away into the leg side. Fielder gives chase. Oh, he's done very well to stop the boundary there.
Charlie Allison.
Charlie Allison, but they will come back for 3. Saved a run there though, and he looks a bit looks a bit knackered after that. Running into the wind.
That is the 100 partnership, of which Craig Overton's contributed 65 and Will Smead 34. 65 and 34 is 99, so there were 4 buys, weren't there?
They've looked settled after lunch, I think.
They actually ran 4 there.
Overton's back on strike and punches that through the offside. Yeah, you're right. Missed that. Wow. All that effort chasing the ball for nothing.
He looks, he's got his hands on his knees, Charlie Allison.
Oh,
I don't know whether he
looks like he's hurt his knee.
looks like he's hurt his knee
Maybe jammed it
sliding
in the
to
turf.
make the stop, which saved his side not a single run.
That's tough. That's gotta hurt. Cook then to Smead now as they took the single last ball, and that's just left alone outside the off stump. Good length there from Cook. And watchful of Smead to, let it go past. I'm sure it's something he's not particularly used to.
No. Don't get many leaves in 20 over cricket.
He seems to be shaping up nicely as Cook is in. And a big shout for LBW.
Too high and going down.
It looked high instantly. More of a
I'll make way for
hope.
Don Topley.
A hopeful appeal there, almost pleading with the umpires. I think this partnership now just over 100, and getting away from them slightly. A few boundaries in the last couple of overs since Essex have got the new ball in hand. Porter's been a little bit wayward. Cook just straying a little bit too straight. It's given the opportunity for Overton and Smead to cash in a little bit, so they'll be looking to regain a bit of control here, and I'm sure Toppers will have something to say about the lines they've been hitting with this new ball. It's going to be Porter continuing from the Alistair Cook end, the river end. Smead on strike as Porter begins his run up, and Smead forward and pressing at that, but beats the outside edge. Just goes through to the keeper. That's a much better area. Excellent length and just tempting that shot where he perhaps didn't need to play it. Porter. Knees pumping as he's in to Smead again and defended out into the offside. Much better areas from him so far this over. Last couple of overs going for about 9 apiece. Not ideal, Dom.
Afternoon, Beth. Not ideal. The new ball has look. The runs have come off the bat a little bit quicker than I anticipated, but we probably have offered too many scoring opportunities, to be brutally honest.
Porter to Smeed and defended again. Now just regaining a bit of control. He's got hit for 3 consecutive boundaries at the end of the last over, his last over, by Smeed. So now 3 dots in a row, just trying to even it up a bit.
Yeah, join those dots together, try and create a little bit of pressure from one end, and then to bowl in tandem with your mate, try and create a bit more pressure. That's the way to try and get wickets. But Somerset have played really well.
Porter in and skewed off the outside edge as Smeed tried to work that into the leg side. And it was aerial in the offside for a minute, but dropped safe.
If we were brutally honest, there was a little bit of lack of foot movement, and he's played with, or compensated with, hands rather than movement of feet, and he's skew-whiffed it into the offside. It wasn't intentionally to be played there. So maybe his captain will remind him about foot movement and technique, but his captain, Craig Overton, has been absolutely brilliant yesterday and today. He really has. He's played so well with bat and ball. That's a gorgeous shot there as he's come forward. I wouldn't call it a four ball, but it did have a little bit of width and it was quite full, and Porter's suffered another boundary at the hands of Craig Overton, who moves to 137, I think it is. And I'm just going to ask Mr. Gibson if he wouldn't mind standing up and just switching on the scoreboard above his head. We have one that allows us the entry. It's the bottom knob on the right. That should automatically send it on, and we'll have the opportunity of the scoreboard in the room as Porter comes in. Outside off stump, forward defensive. They're not entertaining the single, rightly so. 322, not forgetting. Somerset recommenced this morning on 179 for 5. With a lead of 30, with 5 wickets in hand. They've only lost the 1 today, and I really think you would have, if Essex had put any money on, they would have made sure that they got a few more wickets. To be fair to Somerset, they've batted really well. The one blemish for me was a regulation caught at first slip off the bowling of Shane Snater. The man responsible was Dean Elgar, who spilled it at first slip.
Yeah, it was straight to him, wasn't it? Both hands on it. As the captain, Sam Cook, is in, and that's beautifully driven towards the cover boundary. Very well fielded. I think that's Snater out there. Slides round to his right.
I think that is actually the 12th man, Robin Dass.
Robin Dass?
Yes, I think he's from sort of the Wanstead area, Robin Dass. And he's on the staff. It plays a lot of white ball cricket.
Lovely.
T20, but is acting as the 12th man.
Wonder if he's probably not quite used to this sort of temperature. Don't get much T20 cricket in April. As Cook is in, and that's
bold.
Missed the outside edge by a whisker.
Yeah, it was a very good delivery, just moved away. There is a slight accent of the square going from our left to right towards the pavilion. On this side of the square, which is a predominantly where we play our championship matches, there is also just a slight slope towards the pavilion. So it just helps the ball go away from the Hayes close end.
Cook in, and that one seemed to pop a little bit off the pitch, but Smeed does well to work it into the leg side, and they come through for a quick single.
What Somerset did in first day when they won the toss on a good surface and bowled well, they made Essex play. We had a bit of our own medicine in the fact that the quartet or quintet, if you include Lammonby as well, who picked up 2 for spit, they bowled so accurately, so straight, made Essex play. They played and missed many, many times. Somerset bowled beautifully.
Overton on strike now as Cook's in, and that's driven into the offside but finds the fielder at cover, extra cover. And I'm just looking at Paul Walter,
Yes.
who's at first slip, and
Yes.
he's got a little,
Yeah,
what would
Go
we
on.
call that?
Yeah,
It's almost
go
like
on.
a little pocket for his hands that's
Yeah.
hanging round his back.
You could possibly see those in Switzerland.
Oh really, is it a skiing invention or something
Yeah,
of the
it's,
sort?
yeah, it's on the top of his rump.
As Cook is in, and that one keeping low this time, but Overton does well to defend it.
And he
into
can
the
put
leg side.
both hands in either end of this thing that's above his backside to keep his hands warm. But and Harmer, well, gosh, is that a snood or a balaclava?
I think it's a snood, but I think he's got it up under his hat, so it's covering his ears as well. This Cook's into Overton, and just a little bit too straight from Cook, and it's whipped off his legs by Overton down to the boundary, and will run away for 4. Long leg, slightly too wide to get round to it.
Another 4. See, we haven't got access to it at the moment, but I'd be really interested to you know, if I was off air, I'd go and see the scorers and say how many boundaries have we had since the new ball. We've closed the window so we can't quite see. The overs are 86. So in the last 6 overs, I think we've had on average a boundary and over.
If not more.
Yeah, that's right.
They've been flowing freely.
That has. We're going to see a change of bowling. Is this Mulder or Snater? Let's have a look. Snater, I think.
Craig Overton's highest score in first class cricket.
Returning from the
Thank you, Anthony. If you heard that,
Slater.
Anthony Gibson has just advertised the fact that Craig Overton has now got his highest ever first class score. So well done to the captain. I think we got some updates into the sports programme on BBC Essex this afternoon. Snater. He bowls. This is nice and straight. It's played into the offside. And it's gone down to fire a third man where there is 1 run. 330 for 6. 141 for Craig Overton. Smead on 39. Snater turns on the way in to Overton. Overton plays and misses. And there is no run. Well bowled Shane Snater. 2 slips are remaining in place. Essex trying to get those wickets, including, you know, the bonus points, 4 wickets. There's a bit of definition in the clouds now. Blue sky to our right, which is west with the prevailing wind. So we're going to have a good afternoon, I believe, albeit cold. Snater in. LBW shout, and he's been given. That looked right to me. And that's the 2nd wicket of the day. Craig Overton has been LBW Snater for a magnificent 141. Somerset now 330 for 6.
Craig Overton was legging forward.
That looked very straight, didn't it?
For a career best 141.
Will be coming to us in a minute for an update. Going around the houses for all the sports results, but what an applause. Many Essex members are standing to applaud Craig Overton, who played so well last night. His first 50, I think, was in 36 balls. Yeah, he took on the attack and took on a few of the seamers, a few off Harmer as well, cleared into the Tom Pearce stand a couple of times. He was most impressive, and he's been a sensational 100 by the Somerset captain, and he's going to have to come back and have a little bowl later. Life as a full-time all-rounder. Somerset 330 for 7. Can Essex wrap it up quite quickly now with this new ball? So to the crease brings Miguel Pretorius, South African, batting at number 9. In comes Snater. He bowls a good delivery, played on the front foot, looks to try and get a single, but it goes straight out to backward point where there is no run.
I've just seen the replay of that LBW.
Plum?
Absolutely stone dead, yeah, halfway up middle.
Was it? For me, just the shape and everything that was said about it, it looked plum for me. Some LBs look right, that looked right. Snater in. This is driven by Pretorius, who's got a big bottom hand, an inside edge that was looking to play straight, but he's muscled it into the leg side at short mid wicket. No run. Good lead, this important lead, and it still could be a few more. I think Ipswich have won at Norwich. That's great news.
Tractor boys.
This time plays from the crease, a ball that bounced. Yes, good afternoon. It's been a long time coming, but we finally got one this afternoon. It was that of Craig Overton, the captain of Somerset, who made a magnificent century. He hit the ball well last evening, but he's played a responsible innings all day today. But it was the man Shane Snater who snaffled him. He got him LBW, looked very plumb indeed, but Somerset have got a lead here at Chelmsford. Somerset are currently 330 for 7, and Essex need badly to knock them over.
Sam Cook just beginning the next over, and there was a bit of a shout there for a caught behind, as it was, I think it just flicked the thigh pad a little bit wayward down the leg side. And Pepper did well to take it low to his left.
We need the boys to fire up here and really knock them over. I don't want them to give them any more of a lead. The lead now is
Cook is in to Smead, and that time defended.
getting closer to 200. 181. That's a lot of runs.
Well, Somerset will probably be eyeing up, having to not have another bat.
Well, please don't say that, Beth. You're an Essex girl, aren't you?
I'm a Sussex girl.
Sussex girl, but living in Essex.
I'm a neutral...
living in Essex.
Neutral force.
From Essex. I'll have your dad on the phone.
As Cook is into Smead, and he tries to whip that into the leg side. Swings his hands hard, but misses out on that wayward leg side delivery, and Pepper splayed out on the floor trying to clean it up behind the stumps.
Yes, 2 slips, backward point on the boundary, and then kind of a ring of 4. We've got extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a man back on the hook in front of square, and a conventional fine leg.
Cook in down the leg side again, and that's given out.
Yeah, but in fact the Essex boys thought it was out from the word go. They didn't really appeal.
No,
They didn't really appeal. It was, yeah, and then Smead stayed there, and naturally was waiting to be given out or not. and then he just wandered off once the umpire gave him out. There was no big dramatics about the appeal. Essex just felt there was a nick or a glove down the leg side.
Yeah, it must have been a feather.
Lead was caught by Michael Pepper.
Have a look on the stream today is the furthest behind I've known it to be, so you have to wait quite a while to have another look at things. But yeah, no real celebration from the Essex boys as they sort of turned to the umpire and said, well, you know, come on,
Coming back
give it
to
out.
Somerset, Josh Shaw.
And eventually he did. Let's have a look. Oh, it looks like he got quite a big chunk of it actually.
Yeah.
On
The players were adamant that was a legitimate nick or glove down the leg side.
It looks almost as though it's run off the face of the bat rather than caught the edge, as he was trying to help it on its way down that leg side. And I wonder if that was a plan from Cook, because Cook's a bowler who bowls with a lot of control, but the first 3 balls of the over had just been on that sort of leg stump line, which is straighter than he tends to bowl. But yeah, just catching the edge. That one in Smeed dismissed. And the new man at the crease.
Sure.
As Cook is in and he's defended that first ball back to the bowler. Smeed then, on his first class debut. What do we make of that? He looked settled.
Well, after he was dropped on naught, yes.
Yeah, good point. He looked like he was just finding his feet there, and then out of nowhere dismissed. Went for 39 off 77 deliveries. As Cook is in, and this is just left alone outside the off stump to finish the over. And a wicket maiden from the captain there, leading the attack as he has done for a number of years. Leading from the front this week. That takes him to 3 for 88 from his 23 overs. Not a bad return.
No, not bad. Essex have bowled well in patches. I'm being brutal there, but that's being absolutely honest. Cook probably been quite expensive. What's he gone for? 23 overs.
88.
88, yeah, okay.
Nearly
Normally
going
a little
forwards.
more miserly. Shane Snater to continue. Smeed made 39 and Overton 141. Fine runs that. Been a great game for the all-rounder. Snater on his way in from our end. This is driven powerfully by Pretorius, has gone up to mid-off. Cook fielding. Yeah. So Pretorius, not known for his batting. Most South Africans are quite athletic. They can see ball, hit ball. So he's batting at number 9. 10 is Shaw on his debut. And he comes driven down to mid-off. A little bit of lack of foot movement, but compensated with hands. And he's looking for an overthrow, and there could be a run out, but alas not. Michael Pepper had to run to square leg to retrieve the ball, turned through the one stump, hit it, but that particular moment Shaw was in. So just one run to Pretorius, one run to Somerset, 331 for 8. Still a potential batting bonus point available, another one. If they are very smart, these tail enders, they could get there. Meanwhile, Essex could get another as well, as Snater's on his way in up the hill, bowls. Shaw squares up but plays it into the leg side, and there is no run.
Jake Ball, the last man to come in.
He's
He will
probably in the batting order, with no disrespect, a number 12.
Well, he kind of is at the moment with the replacement of Smeed. But Jack Leach, of course, opened the batting in
Yes.
a moment of desperation
Yes.
yesterday.
And Slater's in, and this is shovelled into the leg side. There is no run. There is a gentleman here today, David Ackfield, played for Essex for many a years, an off spinner like yourself,
Beautiful.
and he used to bat. Well, he would ask to bat number 12, really. All right, and there were many times when there was a West Indian paceman in the opposition. His great mate was Keith Fletcher, the captain, and he would often go up to him and say, "Please declare. Why waste another ball? Let's get in the field." As Snater would bowl then, and Shaw has played it into the short mid-wicket for no run. So he was very, Wayne Daniel just used to smile at David Ackfield, and he would genuinely say to the Fletcher, the captain, "Please declare." Why? It's not fun.
Were his pleas answered?
Occasionally.
Nice.
Occasionally. As Snater's coming up the hill bowls, this is driven. They're driven into the leg side, quite square by Shaw, who collects his first ever Somerset run. And he keeps the strike as well, 332 for 8. If it's all right with you, I'm just going to just suggest a few of the emails that came in yesterday. There were one or two. You're on commentary this over, aren't you?
I am indeed.
Yes, somebody else, the Essex subfielder from the Dirty One, 1972, suggests it's Robin Dass has been the subfielder that we were praising just before lunch.
Very good.
That hasn't been said. I haven't seen Moulder bowl, have we?
Cook in, and this is just defended on the back foot by... Who's on strike? Shaw. Shaw and Pretorius are looking dangerously similar. All morning we've had the benefit of Craig Overton being a tall man, and you know instantly
Yes.
who's who.
I always thought Jamie was marginally taller than Craig.
Oh, and that has
delivery.
just leapt off the pitch and beaten the outside edge of Shaw.
Somerset would be chuffed to see that continuing to happen. We had an email from Jim Smith. He went to school in the 60s, and yesterday we were talking about first class football and cricket and Premier League football, and we had West Ham, and it was sort of not missed, but it was mentioned late, and he is concerned that West Ham first played in E13, so West Ham used to play in the Essex Senior Cup.
Cook in, and that's just been skewed off the outer half of the bat into the point region.
So Essex is very much an Essex club, and we're proud of them. Charles Underwood commented about Speedway. Back in the day there was plenty of Speedway in Romford, and the old Brooklands Romford Football Club ground in the late 60s. They were called the Brooklands Bombers as a Speedway team. Alas, no more, along with Gallows Corner in Romford, which occasionally was an Essex outground too.
Cook in, and that's just skewed in off the pitch and struck Pretorius on the thigh pad. Very well bowled by Sam Cook. Looked sharp, hard into the pitch, and just a little bit of movement into the batter. No danger of an LBW, as it was missing leg stump. Cook then in again to Pretorius, and this time defended straight back to him.
Somebody from Somerset, CHJ, who commented yesterday, greetings from Collyton in East Devon. I mentioned this off air to Anthony. He had a bit of rain there yesterday. It was chilly, but he was looking forward to being over in Anthony Gibson's parish next week, riding his bike across the levels from Curry Rival.
Cook is in, and this time a big flashing drive from Pretorius, but will run away for 4 off the edge down at third man. Not where he wanted it to go, but the result he wanted all the same.
Many people were commenting, many emails yesterday about the scimitars and the C-axes. Some in support of Anthony, 1 or 2 I might add, that was in support of me, commenting about the scimitars back in the day. Has our flag stroke badge changed? I think it has a little bit over the years. We've seen some images of the Essex badge with scimitars. They are of the Arab nature of the dagger, knife, sword. Quite a few are talking about the C-axis. Polly Rhodes commented about the substitute, or the replacement is the proper terminology. Thank you, Polly. Good. Best wishes to you, the former Somerset scorer. New over, it's going to be Shane Snater. 3 slips awaiting, and this time Shaw drives and there is no run. Pretorius, I haven't met him in the flesh, Anthony. Big man, South African?
Yeah, he built like a back row forward.
Is he? Harmer, another tall, strong, ball-playing South African. They're all very talented over there, aren't they? Snater, bowling with a ring on the offside, 3 slips as well. That's a good shot, and he's slightly dived over the ball there. I think that is Jamie Porter, who looked a bit disappointed as he didn't get down quick enough, and the ball has ricocheted off the Tom Pearce stand for 4. Good shot that from Shaw, but it was a scoring opportunity, I'm afraid. Somerset have done well to get value for their shots whenever there's been an opportunity, especially after this second new ball. This is clipped, forced into the leg side. That is a good shot from a tail ender, just swivelled on it. It was a little bit of a pick-up, but there is a free area down at deep mid-wicket, just to the right of the pavilion, the woodland marquee where the opposition changed during championship fixtures.
Yeah, it wasn't too convincing, was it? But he's got the runs to show for it.
He has. In he comes, Snater, outside off stump, and a genuine play and miss, but there was a hint of width on it. So 90 overs, 91st over this is, so we've had 10 overs with the new ball. We've seen quite a lot of boundaries.
Yeah, I think Porter bowled the first 3 or 4 from this end with the new ball, and he was just a little bit wayward, dropping it a little bit short, giving too much width, and gave Smead and Overton, who were in, opportunities to get it away.
Snater bowls, played into the leg side, finds the fielder, there is no run. Alistair McConaughey from Melbourne, he was mentioned, Sydney, he's talking about Somerset caps, which traditionally have always been maroon.
They have not.
Right, this is what he said. Let me just explain this, and
They've
Anthony.
always been navy blue.
Okay, as Snater's in, played into the leg side, finds the fielder, end of the over, score 345 for 8. Let me just read this out. I am intrigued by the fact that some Somerset players are wearing traditional maroon coloured caps, and others, such as James Rue, are wearing blue caps. Now, Anthony's going to educate us here. Hello, Antonio.
Somerset caps are blue. They fade to a sort of grey colour.
They fade to a grey colour. I remember Hildreth.
Exactly.
I remember, yeah, I always thought that was slightly a different cap.
What, you
But-
mean that James Hildreth wouldn't wear his Somerset cap?
No, but whether it was a special award for so many years or so many
No.
games or something like that. But why do people have this perception that Somerset caps are maroon?
Because in one day, maroon is part of the Somerset sort of colour scheme, and they do wear maroon caps in one-day cricket, sometimes. Here's Jamie Porter in to bowl to Miggy Pretorius, plays that into the offside. You describe Pretorius as a tail-ender. He's actually a bit better than that. He averages in first-class cricket 26.9 and has a century and 16 50s to his name.
16.
Yep.
How many has he got for Somerset?
I'll tell you after this delivery. Oh, which comes back quite sharply from outside the off stump, and he plays it very well. 5 50s for Somerset. He's got a very good eye. He's an uncomplicated batsman. He likes to hit the ball hard. Doesn't move his feet a great deal, but he has got that good eye. He's a bit hit or miss. Here comes Porter. In bowls to Pretorius, who hangs his bat outside the off stump at that one.
Who does he play for in South Africa?
That's a very good question. He was born in Gauteng, but he doesn't
Play for them.
No, he doesn't.
No, there's quite a lot of smaller first-class sides, and I'm just very aware that some of the Castle Bowl sides aren't necessarily quite as strong. You know, when you go to the Northern Cape or Potchefstroom, East London.
This is played away through the offside. It's being chased down by Shane Snater, and they come back for a second run.
Chris Vigor's been in touch from Long Sutton Cricket Club.
Just down the road from Langport.
He said it's been a pleasure to listen to the commentary, and he's battling with the spreadsheets working from home. Particularly the highlights include Anthony Gibson, Steve Pickard stats.
Pittard. Porter in the bowls, and he's caught at slip by Paul Walter. Big swing from Miguel Pretorius, thick edge, comfortable catch, low down to Paul Walter. That's the 9th Somerset wicket to go down with the score on 347. They don't want to miss out on a third batting point. They finished on 347 against Nottinghamshire last weekend when Jake Ball played a absolutely dreadful shot and got himself out.
Miguel Pretorius was caught by Paul Walter off the bowling of Jamie Porter for 6.
Miguel Pretorius has been playing for Northwest.
That's Potchefstroom. Do you know who's been in charge of those over the last few years? Gordon Parsons,
Oh yeah.
formerly of Warwickshire, Leicestershire, playing county cricket. Very popular man, big trier. So 347 for 9 with Jake Ball marching to the crease.
And well, there are 2 milestones
Go on.
within touching distance. First is a 200 lead, for which they need 2 more runs. And the second is a third batting point, for which they need 3 more runs.
Well, to be honest, the batting point is more crucial than the 200. 200 psychologically would be nice, but the bonus point is important.
Now let's see what Jake Ball can do against Jamie Porter. Porter in and bowls. Oh, and he almost chops it onto his stumps, but he does get the single,
There's your first of the
which
three
means
needed.
that oh no, he's going to keep the strike. Oh no!
There's nothing like having confidence in your number 11, Anthony.
Well, I've seen enough
Hey?
of Jake Ball.
Tell me about your cricket back in the day.
No, it wasn't. It was very undistinguished.
Well, you were talking about captaincy.
Oh, that was for evening cricket for the NFU.
Yeah. But were you a batter, bowler? You were a tall man?
Bit like bowler, bit like you, Tom.
Where were you?
Pace like fire.
Pace like fire, really? And okay, good. Were you a grumpy bowler?
No, not particularly.
Really? You surprise me.
No, I wasn't grumpy.
In comes Snater. 3 slips are waiting to ball. Ball has played that in. Oh, he's tried to drive it straight, but he's found mid-wicket for no run. He spends a bit of time in Clapham. I bumped into Jake Ball. Quite a few of those former England bowlers and batters. Crawley lives in. Zach Crawley spends a lot of time.
Joss Butler.
Used to.
He's moved now.
Yeah, out to the Cotswolds, isn't
That's
it?
right.
Forward defensive. That's a model forward defensive. Ollie Pope lives in Clapham. They all, not intentionally, but I've met with Reese when we've gone into the Clapham Common. There's a bandstand with a coffee.
I know.
coffee.
My middle daughter used to live in Clapham.
And on a Sunday morning, you can often see all of them just turning up with their dogs and having a coffee. This is driven, and he's caught. He's gone at it. It's a slightly wider delivery. Yep, I agree, Anthony Gibson. He could have left it, but he's gone at it, and it's been caught at third slip. So there is the quick demise of the tail end, but after a great effort from Somerset, who initially bowled Essex out for 149, well, Somerset have actually been bowled out now for 348, and I'm going to say that's an incredible lead. That is a huge lead, and indeed the only sadness for Somerset is they were just 2 runs short of achieving another batting bonus point. Well batted, Somerset.
But not well batted, Jake Ball. That's 2 games in succession that Somerset have missed out on a third batting point. 347, missing by 3 against Notts last weekend, and now 348, missing by 2 against Essex. But if you look at the position in the game, Somerset are well ahead and will have high hopes of, if not an innings victory, then certainly a victory by a number of wickets. But it's a good, strong Essex batting lineup. There isn't a huge amount in this pitch, as we have seen from the way that Craig Overton especially, but also Will Smead have batted today, and earlier on Lewis Goldsworthy. If you apply yourself, then you can A, hang around, and B, score runs. And Essex are going to have to bat well to keep the Somerset Seamers at bay. But for the moment, Somerset with a lead of 199. We'll close the microphones down and hope you can rejoin us in around about 8 minutes' time for the Essex second innings.
possibly rugby. No club cricketers yet. Jake Ball in, driven up to mid on by Elgar. Good looking shot.
Well, I don't think we're going out on anything at the moment.
Sorted they're suggesting. Hopefully it's going out. I've just been reliably informed they were aware, and hopefully it's been sorted. That is at the club from the streaming service, which is a good service when it's up and running. In comes Jake Ball. Outside off stump, moving away, goes through to complete the end of the over, 20 without loss. And the good news is there's, well, there haven't been any real drama in this second new ball.
Ralph Hesp says, hearing you fine as I walk along the South Devon coast path. Lovely. And Steve Barry says, loud and clear on the BBC, but not on the stream. Well, hopefully that will have been sorted. A sunny afternoon at Chelmsford. Sunny but breezy as Craig Overton is in and bowls, and this is punched down the ground by Paul Walter. Jack Leach is in pursuit, but can't overhaul the ball as he and the ball disappear out of our sight down below us. But umpire Michael Goff, the towering figure of umpire Goff, signals 4, which means that Essex are 24 without loss. With a solid start for Essex to their second innings. Overton into Walter. Plays this up to Jack Leach. These two, of course, added 277 for the first wicket when these two sides met here last September. And Somerset will be doing everything they possibly can to make sure that history does not repeat itself. Overton into Walter, full length delivery, turned into the onside, fielded by Josh Shaw at mid wicket. There's hardly been any playing and missing. I can only think of one instance when Dean Elgar played and missed at Craig Overton, and the ball just clipped his thigh pad. There's Tractor. Oh, Craigo! Craigo it is. Into bowl to Walter. Bowls across him. It's not taken cleanly. Keeps rather low.
Didn't
James Room sprawls across in front of Tom Abel at first slip. Pitch seems to have lost a lot of life, and the new ball isn't making up for it yet, as Overton is in bowls. This is played back to him. He flicks the ball at the stumps just in case Paul Walter had gone for a wander, but he hadn't, and the ball didn't hit the stumps in any case. Craig Overton in his fourth over just conceded 6 runs. Jake Ball has gone for 18 in his 3 overs, and well, he owes Somerset a couple of wickets after that performance with the bat. This is turned away through the onside for 4 runs. Craig Overton just erring on the leg side, and away it goes. 28 for no wicket, Essex. 21 of those to Paul Walter, just 7 to Dean Elgar.
And certainly 3 shots for 4 through off his pad, so good. He's been quite productive there. 3 4s have come off, clips off his legs.
Batting's looking pretty comfortable at the moment. Somerset would dearly like to pick up a wicket before tea.
Miguel Pretorius.
See if Miggy Pretorius can work the oracle.
Did you call him Miggy?
Miggy.
That's his nickname, is it?
Yep.
Has he got a strong Afrikaans accent?
Reasonably so. Reasonably so. Nice guy.
Round the wicket to Elgar. A little bit in that delivery then as it sped through to the keeper. Outside off stump, which Elgar was happy to leave.
Three slips are Tom Abel, Craig Overton and Josh Thomas.
Josh Thomas, where's he from?
Somerset.
Taunton.
Yep.
Pretorius in, driven by Elgar. Up to mid-off where there is no run. That is Jack Leach, I think it was.
It is. Much like Essex, most of the Somerset side are local boys, come up through the Somerset pathway. It's one of the things that gives them such a very strong team spirit.
Yes, very good to produce your own. Nice and bright here now at Chelmsford as Pretorius comes in outside off stump, left alone by Elgar. I'm trying to think, actually, I lost track of time. When do you think you're back in, Beth?
Well, I think we might as well go to the tea interval now, mightn't we?
What have we got left?
We've got
3 overs.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Pretorius bowls slightly tighter, but being watchful is Elgar there. Good cricket, well bowled, well batted. Through to the keeper, dot ball. Where was he born and brought up, Pretorius?
Pretorius was he was born in Vereniging.
Vereniging, that's just south of Johannesburg. I'm trying to think, why is that famous area?
He's played for the Northerns, for the Titans, for the Lions, and currently for Northwest.
Short of a length, played off the back foot, nice and straight by Elgar, dot ball. And now recently he's been playing in Potchefstroom, Northwest, which is very famous for it's a bit like Loughborough, it's famous for a university at Potchefstroom. For a sports university as well, very modern, very impressive. But Vereniging is, you've got a few mines, gold mines. I think there's a rather large lake there as well. Pretorius is in, outside off stump, through, and Elgar probably happy to leave as many as he did that over, but he got a little bit tighter to Elgar's off stump, but what Elgar, to his credit, was watchful.
Yeah, decent over from Pretorius. Josh Thomas, one of those who went to King's College, Taunton.
Who's running the cricket there these days?
Good question. I don't know the answer.
It used to be the groundsman, wasn't it? Dennis Breakwell.
Yeah.
For many years, he would have looked after those charges, those talented cricketers, the likes of Joss
Coming on
Butler.
to bowl at the
Just looking at Somerset side and with the pathway in mind, Leach, Thomas, Lammonby, Rue, Abel, Goldsworthy, Overton and Smead all came up through the Somerset pathway. The only two in this side who haven't, Josh Shaw and Jake Ball.
Yep.
And Pretorius, sorry, it's
yeah.
it's 8 out of 11.
Okay. And how many were minor counties? Overton.
Well, yeah, but he's been,
Yeah, but
he's
through
been in the Somerset pathway
yeah.
since he's been
But,
10.
but he was minor counties initially.
Well, yeah, I mean, but
Yeah. No, that's.
we've always drawn on
Yes.
cricketers from Devon and Cornwall. Goldsworthy's a Cornishman.
Is he? Okay. Yeah,
But
that-
again, came up through the Somerset
Yep.
pathway.
Any others in the minor counties there? Or the national counties?
Well, Tom Lammonby is a Devon boy.
Is he?
I'm not sure he's ever played for Devon. Comes from Exeter.
but they probably started at under 11s in
Oh yeah,
Devon,
yeah.
Overton did.
These guys have been playing cricket together for anything up to 15 years, or longer in the case of Tom Abel and Craig Overton.
That's
Probably
where
for nearly 20 years they've
fir-
been playing together.
I first came across the Overtons at the festivals down there when they were representing Devon.
Here's Jack Leach for
First time.
the first over he has bowled in the game, I think. Bowling in a short sleeve sweater. Bowling to Paul Walter, not a bad move this, he'd be turning the ball away from the two left-handers. No, he won't, he'll be turning it into them. Oh, it takes him on the pad. Turning the ball into the left-handers, of course. A little bit of excitement there. We've got forward short leg in. Not sure who that is. I think it's Josh Thomas, but I wouldn't swear to it. But he appears to be wearing a shirt rather than a sweater. Leach to Walter. This is turned into the onside, but Pretorius will field by the square leg umpire. Got 3.5 overs to go before the tea interval. Simon Harman didn't get much out of this pitch, nor did Matt Critchley. See if Jack Leach can. A little bit of turn there into Walter's pads, but he turns it down to deep square leg for a single. There's Will Smead. You can see him in his sort of baseball style cap there, wandering in from long on. It's about halfway back now. Leach to Elgar, again just a hint of turn. Tom Abel at mid-wicket fields. Leach bowls, gives this one a little bit more air, it's in the air, caught!
Oh,
Tom Abel takes the
good
catch, shipped in the air,
Good
and
catch.
Dean Elgar has gone, and I'm not sure there's anyone else in this Somerset side who could have taken that catch, bar Tom Abel. He's so quick across the ground, flung himself forward, took the ball two-handed, inches from the turf, and what a big wicket that is. It's Dean Elgar who's gone, caught Abel, bowled Leach for 7, Essex 29 for 1.
Yeah, what a super catch. As you said, a very athletic fielder, great pair of hands. Tom Abel's caught some wonders over the years, and he is a most athletic man, so well done to him. And well, Dean Elgar's gone, hasn't contributed too much in this particular game. Essex will miss out on him there, but we shall see where this takes us just before tea, which brings out the Essex number 3, who is on a pair. We've replaced a South African with a South African, and listen, he's on a pair, so he will feel the pressure for the next couple of overs here at Chelmsford. Essex lose their first wicket on 29 for 1.
And only the second wicket to fall to spin in this game so far, the other being James Rue, who was caught behind. That was the last ball of the Leach over. And very, very important wicket.
Gosh, what did he make, Elgar?
7.
7. Scored 29 for the first wicket. Dear oh dear. Well, end of the over, and it's going to be Miggy Pretorius as he comes in, bowls with 2 slips and a play and a miss, a genuine play and a miss there. Bit of excitement, hands on heads, but no nick, fortunately, for Essex.
Yeah, better line that from Pretorius.
Vian Mulder only bowled 7 overs in that longish Somerset innings. I hope he's fit and well, but he's going to have to do it now with a long innings for his new Essex club. In comes Pretorius, round the wicket, smothered there, played on the front foot with the full face. Paul Walter, a dot ball
Clouds just building up again.
from the west.
Yeah, from the west. There hasn't been much swing though. The problems have been posed by seam movement rather than swing.
Pretorius is bowling, it's forced by Walter back to the bowler on his follow through. Parries it, but it stops and there is no run. Umpires have swapped end. O'Shaughnessy is up at the top end. Michael Goff towards the pavilion at our end. Square leg. James Whittaker is the match referee, formerly a championship winning Leicestershire side back in the day. There's an LBW shout, but I've got to be honest, I wasn't interested, and nor is Steve Shaughnessy, as he suggests a leg by, and it's the end. No, it's not the end, it's simply left hand right hand combination now with Mulder the right hander.
I think Pretorius was interested just because Paul Walter does tend to come across his stumps a little bit when he plays his those little turns of the wrist into the onside, but that was clearly going down.
In comes Pretorius over the wicket to the right-handed Mulder. Mulder drives nicely, times it well. It's going to run away for 4 to the executive boxes at deep extra cover. Good looking shot. Well, he's got off the pair.
It's not really the delivery to bowl to a new batsman who's on a pair. Offer up a juicy half volley on off stump. But Pretorius would probably say, with some justification, I was trying to get him driving.
Fair. In he comes. Fairly full again, just push driven out to mid-on, and to conclude the end of the over. 34 for 1. Mulder has 4, and to face will be Paul Walter. He's on 22.
2 overs to go before tea. Jack Leach will bowl one of them, and I expect
for Essex is Luke Benkenstein.
Oh, there you are. It's not Vian Mulder.
No.
So perhaps, well, Vian Mulder, we think, wasn't fielding. So perhaps Essex will be in the market for a replacement.
Who was it? Which county? Was it Leicestershire or Worcestershire as Leach comes in?
Leach in and bowls, turned into the onside.
Who was struggling for bowlers before the season started? They had to bring in bowlers on loan.
Oh, Leicestershire, because they've because they've had so many injured bowlers.
Gosh, I can't get my head round that.
Leach to Walter, again turns it, and well stopped by Josh Thomas under the helmet at forward short leg. Leach bowls, and again a little bit of turn.
Slip and a man under the lid at Boot Hill.
It's Jack Leach to Luke Benkenstein.
Bold.
Ooh.
Bold.
Slightly uncertain defensive shot. Tony Hardwick says, does your personal statistician have records of the number of bonus points missed by 2 or 3 runs and or the wickets surrendered in the final overs before lunch tea? This is driven by Benkenstein up to mid-off. No, I don't think he does, Tony, and I'm not going to ask him to find out because I'm sure poor old Steve's got plenty else to do.
Serve his punters.
This is turned into the onside. He's semi-retired,
Is
Steve. He only does a couple of sessions each week. Well, there isn't a bar at Eli's. It has a tap room, but no bar.
Is that your local?
It is.
Yeah, right,
Very much
it
so.
is. And how far is that from your
Half a mile.
half a mile?
Nice walking distance. 35 for 1, 23 to Walter, 4 to Benkenstein. Very famous pub, 17th century pub. Been in the Good Beer Guide ever since there's been a Good Beer Guide, which is 55 years now.
Pretorius round the wicket to Walter. The almost Yorker length. He just digs it out, plays it back to the bowler who collects on his follow through.
Yeah, where's that stat I was referring to? Yeah, from Nicky King. By my calculation, since 11 a.m. on Wednesday morning, Will Smead has batted for 664 minutes, scoring 396 runs for twice out.
As Pretorius bowls. Goodish delivery, bounces a little bit, but Walter is very happy to leave it.
Giving him an average of 198. Of his runs, of those 396, 254 have come in boundaries. 54s and 9 sixes. So it's been quite a 3 days, 4 days. For Will
Very,
Smead.
very productive as Pretorius bowls. 4 defensive there from
Thanks for that, Nicky.
Paul Walter, who respects it. Paul Walter in the first innings he was the first to go actually, LBW ball for 2, 14 for 1. And then Mulder was caught Cola Cadmore, bowled by Bull, 2 wickets in an over, which created the issue for the replacement player. This time he bowls straight as Pretorius, played into the leg side, not looking to work it, to respect it by playing fairly straight.
Yeah, just getting that one to duck back into a left-hander.
Round the wicket to Walter. Comes past umpire O'Shaughnessy. Clipped into the leg side. There's an ooh and an ah, but I think it's fairly strong inside edge with a
There
tight
was. I think
technique.
the O and the R again is because he's coming right across his stumps.
And he was LBW in the first innings.
He was.
Right hand, left hand combination here, so the umpire has to move across. Some of the field do too. Benkenstein with 4 not out. Facing Pretorius from over the wicket, who leaves it alone through to the keeper, and that is the end of the over and the end of the afternoon session, as Somerset have dominated particularly well. They enjoyed a lead of 199 in the first innings, and in the second innings of Essex they've got 1 out already. Jack Leach has entered the game with a ball and got a wicket, that of Dean Elgar, who was brilliantly caught by Tom Abel to collect Essex's first dismissal of this second innings. And as we go to tea, well, we hope you've enjoyed the coverage here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Somerset, and we shall look forward to welcoming you back in about 20 minutes.
Ambassador Cruise Line County Ground here at Chelmsford, where the sun is trying to break through for the evening session on the second day of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game between Essex and Somerset. The two umpires, Michael Goff and Steve O'Shaughnessy, making their way out to the middle. No sign of the Somerset fielding side yet, but here they come, led out by former captain Tom Abel, who's just going to have a little bit of fielding practice, I suspect, before he makes his way out to the middle. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset. With me is Beth Harvey, our third voice for today, who bowls off breaks for Sussex. And well, it's been Somerset's day so far, but I fancy, Beth, they're going to have to work hard for wickets in this final session. The pitch seems to have lost a lot of its early life. Would you agree with that?
It certainly has. We've seen a few signs of maybe a few keeping low, popping up, but in general there's not been a huge amount
Craig Overton
happening.
leading out our visitors from Somerset.
Here come the Somerset fielding side, with the two batsmen in amongst them.
The Essex innings,
Paul Walter and Luke Benkenstein. Walter with 24 to his name, Benkenstein just the 4, and Vian Mulder was down to come in at number 3, the South African Test player, but no sign of him, and we don't think that he fielded today either, but because Robin Das was fielding substitute for Essex. So whether he has got, well, he obviously has got some sort of injury problem, whether it's going to prevent him from batting altogether remains to be seen. The wicket taker for Somerset, Jack Leach, with Dean Elgardis chipping a catch. Brilliant catch by Tom Abel, sprinting in from short mid-wicket, diving full length, taking the ball inches from the turf, if not millimetres from the turf. So we got a bowling change from this Alistair Cook end. Replacing Jack Leach is Jake Ball, bowling to the left-handed Paul Walter, who plays that up to Jack Leach at mid-on, and there's no run. Probably heard the shouts of encouragement from the Somerset fielders. Go on, Paulie! Not very original, the nicknames. My favourite Somerset nickname is Pepsi. Who do you think that's the nickname for?
Pepsi. Let me have a look. Tell me.
Cola Cadmore, as in Pepsi Cola.
Very good.
Here's ball in and bowls, and it's played back to the bowler. Otherwise they're Smeedy, Leachy, Rui, Abes,
Yeah,
Lammers,
not particularly creative.
no, Miggy.
I like Miggy.
Yeah,
That's quite sweet.
I think Vaughney is probably, well, Vaughan is probably just Vaughney. Oh, a swing and a miss from Paul Walter to a ball well wide outside his off stump that didn't bounce very much. Sun is out now, shining into our commentary box, providing a very welcome bit of warmth. Not sure how long it's going to be out for, because there's plenty of clouds around, but conditions as pleasant as they've been all day just at the moment. Pretorius retrieving something. Is it the ball?
Yeah,
Must
it
be.
was a fumble as it went round the fielders.
Ball. First time he's bowled from this end. In bowls to Walter. Plays that again up to Jack Leach. We've just got the 2 slips now. Tom Abel and Craig Overton. Archie Vaughan at backward point. That I think is Josh Shaw at extra cover. unless it's, can't quite see the style of his cap, might be Will Smead. This is played up to Pretorius at mid-off, who fields. Jack Leach just doing some loosening exercise. Possibly he's going to bowl from the far end.
I can always tell Jack Leach from a distance. He's got a very recognisable gait.
He
how
has.
he holds himself.
Yeah. Ball in and bowls to Walter. Runs here. As, I think that's Josh Thomas sprinting across on the far side of the ground, but he won't get there, and that's 4 runs to Paul Walter to conclude the first over after tea, at the end of which Essex are 40 for 1, 28 to Walter and 4 to Benkenstein. Sun shining directly into our commentary box, making it just a little bit difficult to see what's going on out there.
You need to borrow one of their hats.
Graham Bouchet, Miguel Pretorius.
Pretorius coming on from the gooch end again with just the 2 slips.
Yeah, not going to be. I thought we might see a little bit of Leach as he was warming up, but it'll be Pretorius in bowling. That's left alone outside the off stump by Benkenstein.
No sign of Josh Shaw yet, who's the would be the next cab off the rank in the Somerset seam lineup, and then Tom Lamonby after that.
And Shaw bowled well yesterday, didn't he? Took 3.
Yeah, he bowled okay. Picked up a couple of wickets. No, 1 wicket, I think. 1.
In and
He's gone!
Driving outside the off stump and caught at first slip.
No, it was wicketkeeper who caught it, I think.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, it was.
Benkenstein gone.
It was James Rue went plunging across to take the catch. Not sure it would have carried to first slip.
Yeah, it was low. He's dived right in front of first slip. Very low down. Rue's done a tremendous job to get across there.
I didn't see it, I was hiding the seats.
Don Topley,
Toppers has missed it.
not pleased. It wasn't a very good shot, it has to be said. It was quite a wide delivery. He did his level best to get an edge on it, and succeeded. And that's the 2nd wicket.
It just wobbled a little bit in the air. Didn't do much off the pitch, but the wafting drive of Benkenstein just taking the edge. And the new man,
Incoming batter, Charlie Allison.
Charlie
Charlie
Allison.
Allison, yeah. So still no Vian Mulder. Somerset women hanging on against Yorkshire women, 141 for 8, needing 179 to win. But Sophie Luff is still in, the skipper. So where does Sophie, there's hope. She's got 51, she's reached her 50 off 75 deliveries.
The Essex women are in action as well against Hampshire. How are they getting on? 167 for 2, chasing 200. Oh no, Essex set 265, Hampshire 167 for 2 in reply. But McGacken's fallen for 90, so a bit of hope for Essex women there. As Pretorius is in and right up on his toes, Charlie Allison straight away prodding that back to the bowler. Unconvincingly, just catching the bottom of the bat. And we have seen a few from this end, just keeping a tad low. Something to be watchful of. Allison, the top scorer in the previous Essex innings, got to 49, just short of his 50. Allison forward and defending a lot more confidently.
Yeah, he batted well in the first innings. Charlie Allison got runs down at Utility Bowl last weekend as well.
Yeah, good young player.
80 in support of Matt Critchley, 173 that Critchley got.
Pretorius then into Allison and beats the outside edge, goes through to the keeper.
Good ball.
Just bowling in good areas here, Pretorius, and hanging it for the Essex batters to just trying to tempt them, have a little look at. Allison's got away with one there. Just strapping up his boots at the top of his mark is Pretorius, and he's in to complete the over, and left alone outside the off stump by Allison to complete a wicket maiden.
Yeah, very good over from Miguel Pretorius. As I try and adjust the window to commentary box, there we are. Perfect.
Let the sun in.
Let the sun in.
Beautiful.
Well, it was getting hard to see through the slightly tinted glass with the sunshine directly in one's eyes. And it's not nearly as cold as it was for the moment.
Yeah, it's cheered up, hasn't it?
Jake Ball to bowl another over. It will be his fifth. He's gone for 22 so far. Hasn't bowled as well yet as he did in the first innings. He's bowling to Walter in bowls, and Walter has plenty of time to turn that into the onside. Josh Thomas in the fielding pads comes rushing in from mid-wicket to do the fielding. Somerset not over-attacking, just the two slips, 2 saving 1 on the onside, 3 on the offside, and a long leg is the field. Archie Vaughan fielding in place of Lewis Goldsworthy. As this is run down to third man, that will certainly go for 4 runs. Tom Abel gives up the chase. It's tossed back to him by a spectator from the far side of the boundary. Fairly raced away off the outside edge of Paul Walter's bat. 4 more runs. 44 for 2.
Paul Walter's got 32 of them. He's chugging along nicely here. 32 from 40.
Ball in and bowls, and this is cracked into the offside, but fielded by Will Smead at extra cover. You can see his body warmer underneath his shirt. Don't blame him. Must be very cold out there for the field. It's not so bad now with the sun out, but it was miserable this morning, cold and grey and drizzly. Ball into Walter, clips this into the onside. It'll just be a single as the throw comes in from Josh Shaw. Ball's going to go over the wicket to the right-handed Charlie Allison. Similar field, except we got third man rather than long leg. Ball in and bowls. Edge caught! Caught at first slip by Tom Abel. Third wicket goes down. It's 45 for 3, and Charlie Allison very well caught by Tom Abel, tumbling down to his left at first slip. And well, the wickets are tumbling for Essex, 45 for 3.
Just watching the replay as well, it's pretty much held its line just on that sort of fourth stump. And well caught.
Tom Abel off the bowling of Jake Ball.
And another brilliant catch by Tom Abel. Going away to his left. They're always more difficult if you're a right-handed cricketer, as Tom Abel is.
A couple of good catches for him in this innings.
There aren't many better fielders in the country than Tom Abel. Whether he's in the deep, which is where he fields during white ball cricket, the blast and the 100, or at slip.
He's very nimble. Is that catch to dismiss Elgar diving?
Yeah, very athletic.
Low
That's
to
a
the ground.
big This is into the offside, and there's no run. Yes. There is correspondence on Twitter saying that the audio feed had gone. I don't know what happened there. Can't imagine. Anyway, I hope you're back with us now, because we've got Jake Ball in and bowling to Matt Critchley, who plays that out into the covers where Josh Thomas fields. 49 for 3. Essex still 150 runs short of requiring Somerset to bat again. But although Essex have lost 3 wickets, not really any demons in this pitch that I've noticed outside the off stump from Ball. No shot from Critchley. Combination of some not very good batting and a couple of very good catches by Tom Abel. I still think Somerset are going to have to work hard for the 7 further wickets that they need. Ball in, bowls. Played again to Josh Thomas, who sends in a wild return that could easily have gone for 4 overthrows if James Rew hadn't flung himself to his left to take it. There's no one backing up. No harm done. A bank of cloud is approaching from the west. Hopefully not containing any rain, but it looks as if it might do. Jake Ball in the sunshine, as we are enjoying at the moment. He's in, bowls, and too far outside the off stump. Wasted delivery. Signalling to a fielder, Tom Lammonby I think it is, to go back to deep square leg, which suggests that he's either going to bowl short or he's going to bluff him and bowl a Yorker, bowling him full length miles outside the off stump. Quite why you well, I suppose he was trying to kid the batsman into thinking he was going to be a short ball, but it's a pretty aimless delivery in the end. 49 for 3. Paul Walter playing a bit of a lone hand at the moment. He has 35, and Matt Critchley just come in at the other end. He's on 2.
It's going to be Pretorius then, continuing from the Graham Gooch end. Paul Walter finding a bit of strike here. 2 slips in as he's driving straight, and that goes past the outreached hand of the bowler and runs away for 4, dead straight behind the stumps. Another boundary for Walter. He's playing with some fluency here.
Yeah, another half volley from Pretorius as well.
Yeah, just over pitched there from Pretorius, and Paul Walter, very tall man, can get that front foot right down the pitch, and that
is a no ball.
No ball.
And I think that is the first no ball that Somerset have bowled all season, I think.
The umpire just letting Pretorius know where his front foot was, just encroaching on that front line. Delivery itself was pretty wide outside of stump and left alone, as he's in again and behind the line this time, as that's pushed out into the offside for no run.
No, that's wrong. There was 1 in the first innings.
It
And it was
the culprit.
Pretorius who was guilty again in the first
Terrible.
innings. So it's the second no ball that Somerset have bowled in this season's county championship. Because they didn't bowl any in the game against Nottinghamshire.
Pretorius pushing that front line. He's in again now to Walter, and that's just defended. Nice off stump line.
He's
Got
got,
pushed out.
seems to have loads of time to play the ball, Paul Walter, doesn't he?
He does. He's great to watch when he's playing fluently as he is now.
Yeah. Harry Everett, quick off the mark, says no, he bowled one yesterday. Yes, Harry, I know. I've just.
Pretorius to the left-handed Walter, and that's left alone outside the off stump. Just looking at my notes from the Essex Somerset fixture. Was that last year?
Yep,
And Walter got 158
he did.
opening the batting.
In a partnership of 277 with Dean Elgar.
Elgar, who of course is already out today.
Somerset would dearly like to see the back of tall Paul as well.
I'm sure they would. Pretorius in, and this time just pushed that into the offside. They think about a single, but mid-off is on it pretty quickly.
Don't much like the look of this cloud that's approaching us.
Well, yeah, it's sort of bright sunshine. There's a huge shadow of the floodlight cast over the pitch, but quite an ominous cloud to our left.
It's headed this
It
way
seems
as
to
well.
be coming towards us, yeah. Let's hope we push through as Pretorius is in, and this time Paul Walter up on his toes and punching it to mid-on, but Fielder does well to come round and cut it off.
Yeah, Jake Ball did well there. No, it wasn't Jake Ball, it was Josh Shaw.
Got down well.
Jake Ball taking his sweater off down to our right, just having a chat with Tom Abel. No doubt bearing some sort of message from skipper Craig Overton. What's the time? I'll do one more over, and then Don can come in alongside. See if we can take Somerset a fourth wicket. Ball to Critchley. Critchley plays it back to Jake Ball. Three saving, one on the offside, two on the onside, two slips and a third man. Which puts a premium on bowling a off stump line. He's in bowls and this comes off the outside edge, and had there not been a third man in place, that would have been 4 runs. As it is, it's just the single. Essex on to 56 for 3. Lots of vocal encouragement from the Somerset fielders to their bowler.
They've got every reason to be vocal. With Essex, 56 for 3.
They are a noisy side, Somerset. Here's ball in, bowls to Walter. During the COVID year, when we didn't have any crowds, they provided their own sort of accompaniment to the cricket. Lots of go on bally. Perhaps they feel he needs encouragement. Picked up a wicket. Wicket of Charlie Addison. This is whipped into the onside, but only as far as Jack Leach at mid-on. As that shower cloud gets ever nearer. There are 2 heavy showers away to the west and a gap in between them. It's just possible that we may get the gap rather than the showers, but I wouldn't count on it. ball to Walter, who plays this down to long leg for a single. Let's see how the Somerset women are getting on. They're still going.
Good on
13 runs to win from 6.5 overs. Somerset women, this is a 9th wicket partnership between skipper Sophie Luff, who's on 65, and Lola Harris, who's on 17. As ball bowls to Critchley, who plays that to mid-on, and there won't be a run. And they've so far added 52 for the 9th wicket.
Excellent. Bit of a rear
So
guard.
go Sophie, as in Luff. And, that's the end of the over, and it's the end of me for the time being. Don Topley will come in alongside.
Thank you, Anthony. Make sure we're all plugged
Dismantle
in.
the wires.
Taking some of the equipment with it. It's going to be Pretorius to continue from the Graham Gooch end. He's just changing his angle. He bowled the last over at the left-handed Paul Walter from around the wicket, but he's thought that's not worked, so he's decided to come back over the wicket as he's in, and this is left alone outside the off stump by Paul Walter. Look, I just kept a little bit low.
Hello, Beth.
Welcome back, Toppers.
Thank you. How are you?
Very well. It's right now the sun's out, isn't it?
It is.
And I've
It
got
is.
my hot water bottle.
Oh, still going, is it?
Still
It
going
is.
strong,
Good.
yeah.
Good. No, very good. Yeah, Somerset have eked out another 2 wickets, haven't they?
They have. As Pretorius is in and left alone again by Walter outside the off stump.
It's
They've done well there. I think Tom Abel's got to take a bit of credit for
Yep.
those
2 good catches.
leaping around like a salmon.
No, good cricketer, likeable chap. Yep. He got Elgar the first one off Leach, and then the 3rd wicket to fall, Allison called off the bowling of ball at slip.
Pretorius is in and quicker ball that time, and Paul Walter just leans back and muscles it through the offside. They'll come back for a second as
Jack
Jack
Leach.
Leach gives chase. He's the only one with the jumper on who I know he is.
Yeah,
He's noticeable, recognisable.
he's got a gait, hasn't
Yeah,
he?
he has.
He's not a fast runner. He sort of escorted the ball towards the boundary then, didn't he? And he's a right-handed thrower as a left-arm bowler.
That's bizarre. How does that happen?
Tamal Mills is another one.
Pretorius in and left alone outside the off stump by Walter.
Who is the Sussex men's white ball captain or T20 captain,
He is indeed.
formerly of this parish.
Well, he made a good move there, didn't he? Down to
There's
good old Sussex by the sea.
Folkes, Topley, Rishi Patel at Leicester, who's still, I think he's still not out at the Oval, ex-Essex.
Pretorius is in back round the wicket now and dropped short and pulled away into the leg side by Walter. Finds the man on the boundary. Does that come through for a single?
Yeah, he's on the shorter boundary, on the boundary for the left-hander, and he's in front of the what we call the pavilion balcony. Now, but the pavilion balcony, let me tell you, obviously as an old player,
Yeah.
up there is freezing because the sun goes to the west. It goes behind the pavilion, and I have to say, when you're watching the cricket on the balcony here at Chelmsford, it is often cold because you're out of the sun and you lose the sun at sort of midday.
that wouldn't suit me.
No.
I'd need the hot water bottle with me again.
They should be in the sun. All dressing rooms should be in the sun.
As Pretorius is in, back over the wicket now to the right-handed Critchley, and that's left alone outside the off stump.
So when does your
Over.
cricket season start?
So the first game for the Sussex girls is tomorrow. They'll be up at Leicester.
In the 50 over?
50 over
God,
to begin
50
with.
50 over in the field tomorrow.
Yeah, luckily I'm not making the journey. I'll
Right.
be lovely and warm.
What's on your agenda for tomorrow?
Not very much. Mill around. Might get a bit of housework done, you know, this sort of thing.
Change of bowling at the centre.
Obviously I'll be watching.
Josh Shaw.
Josh Shaw into the attack from the Sir Alistair Cook end, the old river end. This was my favourite end to bowl.
Why did you like this end?
Well, with the prevailing wind over from the executive boxes, it used to help the away swing. And you're up the hill, and you used to find you used to have a little bit more bounce. But he's bowling to the left-handed Paul Walter, who comes forward with Shaw's first delivery, and it's a forward defensive. Where if you bowl at the other end, the Graham Gooch end, you find it you run away with yourself a little bit. You get to the crease before you want to.
I always like bowling down the hill.
Do you?
Yeah.
I always find you get a bit more bounce bowling up the hill. In comes Shaw. That's a good delivery. That's come from around the wicket. It's pitched and moved away, swung further, and Paul Walter was looking to play that through the leg side.
There was a look to him afterwards that he looked a bit angry with the pitch.
That was a cracking delivery. Beautiful delivery. Josh Shaw, who I think he was formerly Yorkshire before moving to Gloucestershire, and now moved further south. In he comes round the wicket, bustling seamer, another good delivery, a little further pitched up, and it's a play and a miss from Paul Walter. Well bowled. What a good over this is turning out to be.
Yeah, good change of bowling. He seems to have made instantly looks like he's in the right areas, and Walter, who's settled at the crease now, 43 from 61, looks to be challenging his outside edge.
Very much so. Kissing the deck type bowler, and very impressive this over. This is driven for, oh, he's parried it. Great bit of fielding at mid-off. I think that is Pretorius, who's parried it, prevented the 4, but Essex have taken the 2. 2 indeed. Paul Walter makes him on 45 or 47? 45, score 62 for 3. Do you follow any football?
I play a bit of football, I played
Do
in the
you?
five-a-side, but I don't tend to watch it.
I'm chuffed about Ipswich today to win at Carrow Road,
Well, that's huge news.
as this is driven into the leg side. There is no run.
Are you an Ipswich fan?
I'm, yes, Ipswich a little bit, and Colchester United.
Okay, nice.
They're proper
Local.
now. They've done a mixed season, really. There was a time when Colchester, I think their full name was Colchester United 0. But not this year. They've played well in parts. Cambridge are the local side that looking to get promotion. Driven down the ground to Jack Leach at mid-on, no run, good over. Yep, it is the over. 62 for 3. Walter has 45. Critchley has 3. Pretorius 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 15.
And I hear Ipswich have had quite the turnaround this year as well.
There they have.
They were in relegation and now they're in the mixer.
Yeah, it's really good. It's a good club, Ipswich Town Football Club. And I'm pleased for them. They were second or third. And they probably remain there now after. I mean, Norwich were quite noisy about Ipswich going up there. Everyone from
As they-
Norwich
As is their right.
every Canary fan was really sure they were going to beat Ipswich today.
Pretorius then continuing as he's into Critchley, who defends that with a straight bat up towards mid-on.
Did you see how he walked his shot there?
He did.
In other
yeah.
words, just overbalanced a little bit, didn't take a big enough stride,
Yeah.
and therefore just not fell over, but just his momentum carried him, having not taken a bigger platform in first up, and he walked his shot. Something I talk with kids a lot. If you watch pros walk their shot, it means they haven't gone far enough.
As he's in again to Critchley, and this
Good shot.
time stable base this time and driven up past the bowler. Looks like it's been cut off, well fielded
Is that Jack
by
Leach?
Jack Leach.
Yes, he's in everything, Jack, isn't he?
Dragging it back in from the boundary, and they'll just come through for a couple. Save 2 runs.
Good shot, little push drive. It's fairly full. He's just made a good connection, hasn't tried to hit it too hard, which is another sort of criticism of kids. They like to give it a whack, but just time the
kids.
ball.
Me too.
Eh? I could be your personal batting coach.
Yeah, I think that
Eh?
might be helpful. Eh?
I'd get you a 50. I'd help you get a 50. I really would. Tell Dad.
As Pretorius is in and is left alone outside the off stump by Critchley. Critchley calls in a bit of form.
Yeah,
In a
after
bit of
last
form.
week.
Were you
Oh.
there last week?
No, I wasn't. I watched a little bit. He got 170 odd as a career best, and he put on a very good partnership. I think it was worth about 186 with Charlie Allison. But then to take 5 for spit in the Hampshire second innings, 5 for 8, 5 for 9.
Pretorius in, and this is cut away through the offside very powerfully by Paul Walter. Oh no, Critchley. But the way that he stood up and bashed it through the offside looked very much like Paul Walter, but that's run away for 4. Critchley moving to 9.
Good cricketer.
Very good cricketer.
He came down from Derbyshire, and he obviously is a leg spinner, and he's Essex's second spinner to Harmer, but he's actually a better spinner than just being a second spinner.
Pretorius to Critchley, and that's just defended out into the offside. There'll be no run. Yeah, he's handy. Handy to have in your ranks.
Probably doesn't get the overs he richly deserves, because Harmer's going to bowl tons. But he's certainly impressed and become dependable. A very good all-round cricketer, just like we've seen today with Craig Overton, yesterday and today. They're worth their weight in gold.
Pretorius into Critchley and driven out into the offside, but finds the man at extra cover. There'll be no run to finish the over. Essex 68 for 3.
We haven't seen the ball move as much as on day one. We really haven't, actually. Which is good. 68 for 3. We're still adrift by the best part of 120, 130.
131
Yeah,
is the deficit.
still a long way, that, isn't it? They're not gonna reduce that or get rid of it before lunchtime tomorrow, really. BBC Essex, BBC Radio Somerset. You listen to Beth, Don and Anthony Gibson here today as Shaw bowls, and it's a good delivery which is respected by Paul Walter.
Elsewhere, the Essex women down at Hampshire.
Yep.
Hampshire need 37 runs from the last 5 overs. They've got 6 wickets in hand.
Cool, good game.
Good game.
Shaw running in away from us. Pass umpire Goff. This is clipped, but he finds the fielder at short mid wicket. There is no run. Do you want to have a look at elsewhere? Could you Leicestershire, Surrey at the Oval. What's happening there?
Yeah,
now?
you've got an interest in that one, haven't you? So Surrey put on 520, Leicestershire 213 for 1.
Right. As Shaw comes in, this is clipped, hits the same mid-wicket as earlier in the over. Good looking shot but no run.
Weatherald denied his century by none other than Reece Topley.
It was a Court Folks bowled Topley, wasn't it? That one's made in Essex. Richie Patel still batting, is he?
Yeah,
What's he on?
75 off
Another former
142.
Essex boy. Okay, and Glamorgan had a collapse earlier.
113 all out.
Yeah, how's that game panning out now? Shaw, driven by Walter, out to mid-off, no run.
Nottinghamshire, who drew, of course, with Somerset
Yep.
last week. They're on 209 for 3 in their
Gosh, so
second
there's a
innings.
lead there, is there?
Lead of 376. Clark
Wow.
has got 114.
Which Clark? As in Joe Clark.
Yeah.
Right. Gosh, he got 100. Was it last week?
Could have been.
Yeah, I think he did. In comes Somerset bowler, who Shaw bowls and Walter defends on the front foot into the offside, no run. And there's an incredible scorecard at, it's not Northampton, but were they playing Kent? Northampton's Kent?
Let's have a look. Div 2. Oh my god.
You have a look, read out
Wow,
that
such
Northamptonshire's 4 wickets to 4. Okay, you read them out after this ball. In comes Shaw, past umpire Gough. He bowls. This is driven nicely by Water, but he finds mid-off to conclude the end of the over. Essex in their second innings had a deficit of 199. They're currently on 68 for 3 with Water on 45, Critchley to face on 9.
You've overshot it. It's only 2 wickets.
2 wickets fell.
Vasconcelos
What did he make?
made 127 before he was caught.
A change of ball.
Proctor, the other opener, not out, 261.
Not out, 261. Who came in at 3?
Harrison,
Who was the all-rounder, the leg spinner, who has joined from Nottinghamshire. Go on, what did he make?
153.
Just 153.
Yeah.
And batting at 4,
McSweeney,
the Australian.
101 red.
Oh, I mean,
Dave
just go through those again quickly. 127.
Pretorius into Walter. Just the bottom edge, not Pretorius actually. Craig Overton, the
Craig
captain's
Overton,
back on.
he is. But those first 4 batsmen, they only lost 2 wickets. The scores were 127.
261, 153, 101.
What a remarkable scorecard.
And do you want to know what Kent are in reply?
Yeah, go on.
26 for 2.
Oof, oof, oof.
Tricky. As Overton is in, and this is just pushed up towards mid-on by Critchley. There'll be no run.
They got away with a game last week. I think Kent were up at Durham, and that storm,
I saw that.
Had-
I saw the covers blew
yes.
into the stands, didn't they?
sight screen,
Crazy.
yeah, it was. And unfortunately, they lost a day, not to rain, but they lost a day to the wind and the brutality of that storm. And Kent was struggling there, so Kent are struggling here this week.
Overton in and left alone outside the off stump by Critchley, but it looks like that might have just nipped back slightly. Good areas from the skipper.
Lancashire, Derbyshire, well, how's that looking out in Division 2?
Rain.
Up there, well,
Rain up at
Manchester.
Lancashire. Derbyshire trail by 164.
How many wickets left?
7.
Okay, yeah.
Not bad, not bad. Overton in then to Critchley again and
Shot.
up on his toes and pushing that out into the offside for a single. Well, it's all happening around the grounds. Somerset women won by 1 wicket.
That 1 wicket, what a game of cricket. They were struggling at one point,
That
weren't they?
9th wicket partnership was worth, let's have a look, worth 55 for the 9th wicket that saved the game.
Gosh, what a grand game of cricket to be involved in.
With-
You know, close. Yeah. The losers are going to be desperately disappointed
Yeah.
because they had a chance to win it earlier in the day.
Overton into the left-handed Paul Walter and just over pitched, but Walter doesn't quite time it and finds mid-off.
To be fair to Paul Walter, he's actually played some gorgeous shots, but he keeps finding the fielder. You know, driving up to mid-off, mid-on. His first 3 boundaries earlier in his knock today were 3 clips off his legs.
Yeah, he plays that shot very well, doesn't he?
He
Off
does.
his legs.
Hardest shot in the book, really, isn't it? Clipping through mid-wicket.
Overton in, and
As he does.
as if on cue, he's whipped it through mid-wicket. He's timed it very well, and it'll run away for 4 despite the dive of the fielder on the rope. And that concludes the over. Just slightly too straight from Overton on that angle. Walter was able to work it into the leg side. Timed it very well.
He was the first person to be dismissed yesterday, but today he has looked in fine form as Paul Walter.
He has. He looks like he was
Don't know if-
out there on his own for a while as wickets were falling the other end.
They were talking about being out there on his own. Did you notice at lunchtime he had a bowl?
I didn't.
He was out there on his own, bowling.
Interesting.
Whether Essex are looking him to bowl a bit more, I don't know, but
Will he? I mean, you'll know more than I, but he used to bowl a bit more, didn't
He
he?
did.
And then he was sort of an all-rounder,
he found bowling very hard.
and then he's sort of switched up his batting to be at the top of the order and not bowling as much.
In comes Josh Shaw. This is punch pulled into the leg side by Critchley. He's hit it through straightish mid-wicket. Good looking shot. He picked up the length very early and played a cross bat shot. Good shot from Critchley. He moves to 14, scores 77 for 3.
So yeah, now he's that opening batter and doesn't tend to get a bowl.
No, I'm not sure he's a lover of the bowling. It's very hard work for such a large man. This is an inside edge, didn't really come forward. Inside edge has gone down to squarish fine leg where Essex take a convenient single. Somerset will say it's a lucky single. Bit of grey cloud coming across. It did say actually there was a chance of a shower around about sort of 4:30, 5.
There's an ominous cloud overhead, but blue skies in the distance.
Shaw round the wicket to the left-hander. Forward defensive, gets across his stumps, and there is no run. I'm off tomorrow. Victoria Polly is our commentator tomorrow to
Lovely.
join Anthony Gibson and Michelle Hewitt, who was here yesterday.
What are you doing tomorrow?
Okay, good question. As Shaw is on his way in around the wicket, it's driven on the well fielded at. They take a single, but it's well fielded at cover. Really diving stop, square of the wicket, and he stops the single. But Paul Walter has knocked up a 50 in 75 balls. And the further stat to that is there are 8 fours in that 50. So well played, Paul Walter. He's looked good this afternoon, quite secure with some good driving and some good clipping off his pads. Sure. Into Critchley. Critchley drives back up the ground and that goes for 4. That's an exquisite check drive where he doesn't really follow through, he just times it and stands and admires and stays in the pose as the ball disappears back past the bowler to the sight screen for a gorgeous shot of 4.
Save the legs. No need to run those.
Enjoyed that, I enjoyed that. That was a lovely shot. And that is all about timing. Push drive, check drive. Last ball of the over. Driven again down the ground. Leach fields well. He dives and stops it. Returns it to Rue, the keeper. And the umpire calls over. Essex at 83 for 3. Hope you've enjoyed yourself at Chelmsford.
Always a treat at Chelmsford. Lovely little ground.
You don't go home to mum and dad for as your local?
No, they're down in Bexhill-on-Sea.
Oh, are they? I thought your club was. I thought that was near your home.
No,
Great Totham.
Great Totham is where one of my dear friends lives.
Right. Okay.
And after uni, I live in London,
Yes.
so I scoot over there for my cricket now. As Overton is in, and that's just defended by Walter back to him. So I'm kind of between Surrey and Essex for the comms.
I feel I can sympathise with that. I spend a bit of time between Surrey and Essex.
And then I dash over to Essex for my club cricket,
Yeah.
which is a treat. Some lovely grounds.
Yeah, but there are.
Overton is in, and that's defended by Paul Walter. Just with the angle, rolls up towards mid-on.
Hopefully it will skirt us, but I think there is a chance of rain over there. Might just slip past
Oh no,
us.
it's just started. I can see it on that.
Can you?
A couple of drops just fell on that window.
My phone said 4:30 to 5 o'clock.
A few drops on your paper, look. Overton's in, and
Bold.
Walter defending on the back foot just catches the toe end of the bat and lands on his foot.
So I'm under pressure to do some decorating.
Oh no.
Yeah, before the plasterer is here Monday. But I was thinking of nipping up to the Oval to watch. We'll see how the scores pan out there.
Overton in, and that just skews off the inside portion of Walter's bat down to long leg. They come through for a single.
I don't profess to be good at decorating. I'm better at gardening than decorating.
Don't you usually decorate after it's plastered?
You're right, but I've got to take the wallpaper off.
Oh, I'm with you.
There's quite a bit of work happening. We've moved some walls, and
Right. That sounds like it's a bit of work.
Yeah,
Moving walls.
yeah.
You've done that, or you've
No, no, I haven't. I'm not very good at DIY.
Overton is in. There's some rain starting to fall. Critchley just pushing that up towards mid-off for no run.
I can paint ceilings because I'm quite tall.
Nice. Yeah.
You're quite tall.
I'm quite tall. I could paint the ceiling, I reckon.
So
My arms might get tired, but
yeah,
I'll give it a good go.
I don't like painting low. I'm a lot older than yourself, so I don't like painting low down, crouching down. And I'm going to tell you a little secret.
Yeah, hit me.
As a gentleman who played cricket and batted, I didn't go through too many pads because I didn't bat for long enough. And I'm going to tell you why I use my pads today.
You strapped them on, did you?
I strap them on to paint.
Very good.
Stay low down and I have my pads on and I
Bit of
can get
protection.
down low and it doesn't hurt my knees.
Bit of protection for the knees. Fantastic.
Yeah. Of which one of my mates said, "Nice to see you wearing them. You've got more use out of your pads for painting than you did forever for batting."
Returning at the centre.
That's rude. That's
Fair,
mean.
fair. Jack Leach into the attack.
It looks like they're staying on, despite the...
Yeah, it's gonna come through. That's the
Shower.
prevailing quarter, and it's gonna blow through. but my phone was correct to say it was going to have a sharp shower. Leach is going to bowl over the wicket to the right-hander's rough to Paul Water, the left-handed batsman. We're just waiting here for the man at Boot Hill to put his protection pads on, which are like mighty shin pads that
Proper
go up.
bits of kit, aren't they?
They are. They just cover a little bit of the knee.
Do you think they would do you for a bit of decorating? Or
No,
not
a bit
quite
more
enough
rigid.
cushioning
More-
on the
yeah,
knee?
a bit too rigid.
Yeah.
They
Stick
would
to
be.
the short leg then.
Yeah. As Leach, left arm over the wicket, slip in as well. This is quite wide. It's driven, push driven, with an open face bat out to the man on the boundary beneath the pavilion balcony, which, as I said to you earlier, which will be freezing up there because they lose the sun at around midday. And there's 1 run to Walter, 1 run to Essex, 85 for 3. The right-handed Critchley's on. He comes around the wicket. Does Leach just push him mid-off back? He wants his 3/4 of the way back, I think. Leach passing the very tall Michael Gough as he bowls, giving it a little bit of air, driven back to the bowler, collects on his follow-through. Hardly has to move. Critchley, bat aloft, head still, tries to tickle round the corner. It's well taken by Rue. Critchley again, bat aloft, drives into out. Not intentionally, I sense, so well bowled Jack Leach, but it goes out to cover where there is no run. Leach, 2 or 3 strides, bit of a bound. This is Critchley driving. He finds the man on the drive, who dives to his left and prevents the ball from going for any runs. Driven down the ground, and Leach gets a finger on it. He powers it into the line of mid-on, and there is no run. Good looking over for me. 85 for 3. Walter 52, Critchley 19, and Overton has 6 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 16. And we are bidding cheerio for now. You'll be back with us before the end of play. So we lose Beth and we gain Anthony Gibson, BBC Radio Somerset, who's going to come into the commentator's chair.
I'm sure you've mentioned this, but it's been a great win for Somerset's women today.
We have mentioned it actually.
Well, that's Sophie Luff, the captain.
Well, they won by one wicket. And there was a chance earlier in the day they were going to lose.
Well, they were 115 for 8.
Yeah.
Needing 179.
And they've won by 1 wicket. Overton's in, driven back to Overton on, collects on his follow-through. That's a great effort, that, wasn't it?
Sophie Luff, the captain, 76 not out from 101 deliveries.
Match-winning innings. Hey?
Terrific stuff.
Something about you Somerset captains right at the moment, isn't there?
Could lift the Somerset women for the whole season then. Although, to be fair, they won their first game last year against Surrey. And
Overton in. There
Inside
may
edge.
have been an inside edge, yes, I felt that. And that's a good throw as well at the non-strikers, but Paul Water was alert to that and in. So good cricket there from both Essex running between the wickets and indeed the Somerset fielder. So well played all.
well played the umpires too, because
Getting
they
into
kept the
position.
players out there with spitting rain. And
These are 2 northern umpires, aren't they?
we're living a charmed life meteorologically at the moment.
As Overton is in, plays 4 defensive, does Critchley into the offside no run. 2 northern umpires, yeah? Michael Goff, I think, is from the northeast,
Yeah.
and Steve O'Shaughnessy is from the northwest.
Yes.
And
Lancashire.
to be perfectly fair, they probably think this is midsummer to them up there.
Well, they could easily have come off.
Yeah.
And the trouble is, if they come off, you know, it's going to be usually at least 20 minutes, if not half an hour, before they get back on again.
Overton in, forced into the leg side. Good looking shot off his hips, racing away over the netting area here at Chelmsford on the large boundary, and Walter comes back for an easy 3, so well played. Good shot there from Critchley. He moves to 22, score 89 for 3.
Good piece of retrieval by Miguel Pretorius.
Any plans tonight?
No. Quieting.
Do you meet up with a few of the travelling?
Yep, that will be the intention.
Are they in the same hotel as you, or
No.
you just picked
No, I don't
a
know where they're
hostelry?
staying. Yeah. There's a couple of decent pubs just up the road.
Overton in, push back to the bowler. It goes up to mid-on, no run. Do you need any recommendations?
No, I'm quite familiar with the Chelmsford pubs.
Are you?
I am.
Will you have food back at the hotel, or do you go
Yeah,
to
probably.
a restaurant?
No, I'll have it back at the
Do you?
hotel.
You haven't got a car, have you?
Nope, came up on the train
Yep.
for my sins.
Driven by Walter to complete the Overton over. It finds mid-on, and there is no run. 89 for 3. We've had, trying to think, remaining 16 overs, and the time, lights have just come on again. 50 penneth has gone in the meter, and we've
Surprised
got
they weren't on before, actually.
16 overs left, and the time is 17:11. So the football results will be in. There's only one you want to know, Anthony. Ipswich beat Norwich at Carrow Road.
Yeah, just looking around the country in the other games of cricket. Notts 217 for 3. You've got a big lead over Glamorgan, 383 runs. I would have thought they probably got enough. Surrey against Leicestershire going well, 239 for 2.
2? Who's the second man out?
Holland.
How was he out?
Caught Folkes bowled Jordan Clark.
Folks has taken both.
Here we got Leach in and bowl, short and wide and cut away by Matt Critchley for 4 resounding runs. 93 for 3 are Essex, and Somerset just losing momentum at the moment. Seam attack's looking a bit samey, which is always the danger when you've got 4 right arm fast medium bowlers. And there isn't much in this pitch for Jack Leach. I fancy he's going to have a long bowl tomorrow, Will Leachy. He's bowling to Critchley, who's back on his stumps, putting it back to the bowler. Warwickshire 69 for 4. 132 runs ahead of Sussex, as Critchley plays this to one of 2 short extra covers. Josh Thomas and Tom Abel. Leach to Critchley, gives this one a bit more air. This is played to the other of the 2 short extra covers, Tom Abel.
Quite like that field.
Just there for a drive that Critchley doesn't quite keep down. He lays back though and plays this away into the offside. A comfortable single as Josh Shaw fields at extra cover. Hampshire 46 without loss. They're now 120 runs ahead of Yorkshire, who have bowled out for 177, but it's raining up at Headingley. Gloucester in trouble against Durham, 62 for 4, replying to 605 for 5. This is driven by Paul Walter up to mid-off, end of the over, 94 for 3. 53 to Paul Walter and 27 to Matt Critchley. Just finish up with these. Northant 684 for 2 declared, 47 for 2 are Kent. Lancashire 351 all out, and I think Shoaib Bashir got 4 wickets in Lancashire innings, and Derbyshire 187 for 3. And finally, Worcestershire going well in their second innings, 179 for 1. They're now 197 runs ahead of Middlesex with 9 wickets remaining, with Jake Libby.
Overton's in. This is played into the offside off the front foot by
He's
Critchley.
79 not out. Played a few games for Somerset seconds to 15 years ago, did Jake Libby. Cornishman from Callington.
Overton, captain, bowls a good delivery, which is push driven by Critchley into the covers for no run. Don't know whether to do some decorating tomorrow or nip up to the Oval.
I should do some decorating if I were you. I'm not sure the cricket's going to be very sparkling at the Oval, is it?
Overton, right arm over the wicket. That's a good delivery where Critchley has closed the face on the bat and played it into mid-wicket for no run.
Umpire Michael Goff,
Yes.
this is thanks to Callum Helmer, is from Hartlepool originally. His father, Michael Sr., ran Goff's sports shop in Hartlepool. Thanks for that.
Yes.
Still spitting with rain.
Overton in, little in to out there from Critchley as he's push driven, probably not with as much footwork as he would have liked, and finds the fielder. There is no run.
And they're going to go on. They're going to go off.
Short of a length, played on the back foot by Critchley into the covers, no run.
Essex won't want to lose a wicket now.
No.
With this rain looming.
The gentleman that's bringing you the streaming, the cameraman in front of us, he's really now, he's got everything on, hats, glove.
They're going off.
Yeah, they're going off. So at this precise moment, Essex in their second innings, where they started with a deficit of 199, are 94 for 3. So they're going to have to continue fighting this evening and tomorrow. Critchley's on 27, but Essex's man for the moment is Paul Walter. He's on 53 not out, and we shall leave you for the moment and come back when play resumes. Thank you all.
Any updates about the prospects of play, we'll bring them to you as soon as possible.
have 8.1 overs remaining. Somerset will be very keen to continue taking Essex's wickets. Essex are 94 for 3. It's Don Topley here together with Beth Harvey. Anthony Gibson will join us for the last 4 overs. The head groundsman Stuart Kerrison is wandering back with a bucket full of sawdust, which is being deposited the best part of 25 metres behind the stumps. He wanders off. We're in bright sunshine, but we did, Beth, have some serious hail.
Yeah, it was really rattling the windows in the press box.
It was, and we were a bit concerned about getting our equipment wet because the windows were half open.
I could see you struggling away in here, so I came to your rescue with some blue roll.
You were
mop up the water.
Florence Nightingale with your blue elephant roll.
Perfect.
And you did a cracking job there. We cleared it up. It's probably had the first clean for a good couple of decades.
You could eat your dinner off this actually now.
Yep, we did well. But anyway, will Essex do well? 94 for 3, still very much adrift. They're not going to get anywhere into the positive until early tomorrow, maybe afternoon, after the morning session. But Somerset will be looking to have some wickets in the last remaining, we got just under 50 balls tonight. 50 balls, 8.1 overs. Overton to continue and finish off. In he comes, Overton in, and this time there's an edge runs down from Critchley down to the third man. There is a third man who he's got a little tea towel to wipe on the ball, drying towel, because that would have then got a little wet. Essex would want Somerset to have a wet ball. Somerset will want to keep it dry.
Yeah, there were a couple of patches when they took, particularly the covers that were on the run-ups, when they took those off, there was a couple of, like a huge amount of water on the outfield, standing water, and they came along with a roller, almost like like a paint roller, and they shooed the water away.
Like a mini whale.
To disperse it, yeah. And now, I can imagine it's still a bit damp out there.
I would imagine it would be. Definitely.
And they've had the rope on it as well.
Yeah.
The
Well,
rope whizzing round.
Somerset have got to gain everything. Essex haven't really. Very difficult for them. It's been a difficult 2 days for Essex, but you can take Jake Ball bowling from the Alistair Cook end.
Well, he's in, and it's a wayward delivery first up, a real loosener as it's short and down the leg side, the diving route, mopping it up.
Pardon the pun there, sir.
Well, yeah, that woolly jumper probably did absorb some of the water from the run-ups as well, so not the best start from Ball. He'll be hoping to find his radar pretty quickly to make an impact in these final few overs as he's in again. Critchley forward and defending, much better area this time. And confidently defended out into the offside. No, you wouldn't know it was hailing, would you?
No, it was generally quite big stuff that was coming in the window.
Yeah, half an hour ago. And now, glorious blue sky. Blazing sunshine.
With no wind. The flags are limp.
Jake Ball then in to Matt Critchley, and that's defended down. Just a little prod down to third man, and they'll come through for a single. Critchley moving to 29 from his 51. He's looked pretty good. Man in form, of course, runs last week.
Followed by a short naught.
Yeah, it can happen. Can happen.
0 to 0.
Quite literally. Now, Paul Walter, the left-handed Paul Walter on strike now. Jake Ball, just a change of angle coming around the wicket for him. As he's in and it's short and defended into the offside.
Great opportunity this to nip out two if you bowl well, which Somerset have done. Wicket's not doing quite as much as it did on day one.
Well, I didn't have the chance to watch any of it yesterday, but I thought, based on the scorecard, 15 wickets falling, I'd have thought the pitch would have a bit more in it, but it seemed pretty true today. Not too much in favour of the bowlers.
Not too much as venomous.
As ball is into Walter and beats the outside edge and just goes through to the keeper. Poor Walter just playing inside the line there. Squared him up. So perhaps it's doing something out there. Have to see if that nipped off the pitch. Just left Walter a little bit.
Good lines from around the wicket. Somerset were, as you probably could hear with the effects mic, they were quite noisy, and rightly so. They're in the ascendancy. They're trying to force a win.
Ball in, and that's defended just slightly over pitched, but poor Walter works it up towards Jack Leach at mid-on, and there's no run. So just the one off that first over back from Jake Ball. 96 for 3. Essex with 7 overs remaining in the day.
George DeBell has tweeted about Craig Overton, making a comparison with Ian Botham and being a little naughty as well. But George DeBell is very much a Somerset fan. He used to watch them all those years ago when Botham, Richards, Garner. So we're going to see Overton to continue, or is it Pretorius?
It's Pretorius.
Pretorius
is on.
2 slips. Pretorius is running in. Nice action. Follows through. Brings Critchley forward. Plays the forward defensive. Back to the bowler, who lobs to mid-off to shine the ball up.
Walter's just doing a bit of gardening there. I think there's something on the pitch he's not happy with.
Somerset clapping and encouraging their bowler. Pretorius is in. Good delivery. Respected. Played on the back foot from Critchley. Knows these 2 boys for Essex are so important to any opportunity or chance of survival in this game. These 2 have got to make some runs, eat some time out as well in this game. We're not at the end of day 2 yet, and we're in the 3rd innings. 3 wickets down. Oh, it's a bit of a cross-bat shot there. He thought it was short. Perhaps it wasn't short enough, as Critchley's tried to pull it, and it's gone through to the keeper Roo for a dot ball.
Yeah, just back of a length, but not really short enough to be trying to heave it away when you've got, you know, just over 6 overs left in the day.
Pretorius at the top of his mark. Critchley's just wandered off to come back, just checking the field placing. They're talking about, I think, second slip. Overton captain is looking at where the fine leg is, dragging him squarer. Critchley had a look. Pretorius is in. This time it's driven back to Pretorius, who fields off his own bowling. Good shot from Critchley, but alas, no run. Shadows are increasingly lengthening from the western side, quite long, late in the day. Time is nearly 20 past. 20 past 6, and we've still got best part of 6 overs, 6.2. Pretorius is in. Driven up powerfully, but straight to the fielder Jack Leach at mid-on. He hoys to the keeper, and it falls just short. One more ball of this over. Bit of a conflab mid-on. Leach mid-off and the bowler. Leach is shining it, keeping that seam dry. rubbing it on his rump. Pretorius having a chat with Leach. He's now changing the field. He's asking mid-wicket to go out to deep square leg. Will this be the double bluff?
I think Critchley just playing at that one earlier has maybe thought, why not just drop one in?
Pretorius bowls a length ball, which does bring Critchley forward to completely over. No run, Essex 96 for 3, with 6 overs of the evening of day 2 remaining.
Maiden over there from Pretorius, but that won't bother Essex. They'll be looking to just get out of this day without losing anyone else. Walter poised nicely on 53 from his 88.
Don't know if Anthony has to do it these days, but we're being urged to do a preview video and a post-match, post-day video, along with a interview with somebody, with a picture, which is good. It's all to do with social media. It's quite funny that it's all associated with radio. But you know, I don't know who's going to volunteer services. It will be Overton, I'm sure, for Somerset. That'd be an easy interview for Anthony.
Ball running into Walter now, and that's defended just back up to the bowler safely for no run.
Could be Walter from Essex, who, if he remains undefeated tonight. Bowling wise, we had Cook last night, but the game has changed a little bit, and Essex are very much chasing or behind in the game. So it could be Chris Silverwood.
Jake Ball in then to Walter and flicked off his legs. He plays that shot so well out into mid-wicket. There is a man out there and they'll come back for a couple. The ball just holding up potentially in that slightly damp outfield. Didn't get to the fielder as quickly as he would have liked. And I just saw Jack Leach loosening up. So we might see a bit of him.
With a man or two around the bat. A little bit of pressure.
Why not?
Scoreboard
I'd
pressure
like to
here.
see it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, it would be interesting who Essex offer for the interview.
Ball to Walter again. And, wow, perfectly bowled delivery. I thought it caught the outside edge of Walter. There was a slight noise as it went past, but the cordon weren't excited.
He does have a bit of a movement before the ball. He not shuffles, that's the wrong word, but he has a preemptive movement where he just goes across, which brings the LBW into play. But also, he played at a ball that was outside off stump then.
This ball is in and flicked off the legs again by Walter, but finds the fielder at Smeed at square leg. I come through just for the single, runs away a bit quicker this time. And that will settle his nerves after that.
99
Near
for
miss.
3. So there's still 100.
And minus 100 for 3 is what Anthony was saying earlier. His ball is into Critchley now, and that's defended up towards mid-on.
Sending him back again for the short ball, anticipated. Set it sort of within Critchley's ear space to just make him think about the man on the boundary, on the pavilion boundary, just in front of square, in front of the chief executive's office.
His ball is in and it's full this time and driven up towards Jack Leach at mid-off. But there will be no run. A bit of a bluff then. And
Yes.
that man back.
Twice.
Just making him think.
Yeah, very much so. Get it in your head, there's a man out there, so the bumper's coming. It's going to be Overton. No, it's not. Pretorius. Or is it a change?
I think it's Pretorius again.
I noticed they
27.
moved the bowler's marker. That might have been the wicket keeper. They do seem to move them away from wherever they're standing, don't they? They just hoy them, and then the bowler has to replace them, find it and replace it. Round the wicket to Walter. Pretorius running in hard. This is driven up, and it's not fielded at mid-on. He slid to try and stop it one-handed, but he couldn't prevent it, and it's gone for 4. That was nearly a half volley, and it was timed very powerfully by the tall Paul Walter, who collects 4, and Essex have got themselves 100. 103 for 3.
He plays that shot very well, doesn't he? In the V, just sort of a check drive, using the angle.
Leach cleaning up the ball for his bowler.
Yeah, we got back out pretty quickly after that rain delay. So I imagine there's still quite a lot of moisture in the pitch, in the outfield.
Essex knew this would be a tricky session. Pretorius round the wicket. This is driven again for... Has he parried it? He has parried it. Well fielded Jack Leach, who was at mid-off for Paul Walter. It's gone very straight. He's dived and he's parried it from mid-off to mid-on, where mid-on prevents the second, and Essex just take the single, and everyone swaps because the right-handed Critchley is facing. The only one who doesn't move is the square leg umpire that was for the left-handed Walter, but he now stays on the sun with the sunshine behind him because he can see the stumps easier from cover. Pretorius in, there's a nick wide. It would have gone through third slip, maybe on the right hand side of third slip, but Critchley collects 4 from a fortuitous drive.
Bit of a loose shot that. There was no real need to play at it, given how wide it was outside off stump, but he's given it the kitchen sink.
He has.
And he's got away with it, 4 runs.
It could have been nicely pouched if there had been a third, but there's no chance of Overton at second slip catching that. 4 runs to Essex, 108 for 3. Still have 4.5 overs remaining. Essex have to see it through with 3 down. If Somerset take a wicket or 2, they'll be over the moon. This is a drive in the air over the offside field on the inner ring. That was played one-handed. My word. Come on, Essex, tighten up here. Don't give them any wickets. No. He's had a little bit of luck this over against Pretorius.
I feel like Critchley's had a bit of a rush of blood to the head.
Fortune favours the brave, some will say. I'm wondering whether Overton could find himself another slip. There's a third man down there, isn't there? Pretorius in. This is a push drive. Slightly forceful forward defensive. Goes up to Leach at mid-off, very straight. He prevents the single, 112 for 3. Very action-packed over.
It's all happening, isn't it? And you just feel with these shots that Somerset might have a chance to make an inroad this evening, which
You're right,
is
Beth.
not what Essex want.
You're right. In comes Pretorius, right arm over the wicket, and he's left it alone and withdrawn his bat to complete the end of a very interesting over. 112 for 3, and with 4 overs remaining, may I invite you to you could even start your journey.
Wow,
Eh?
what a
But
treat.
listen, Beth, thank you very much. Nice
Thanks
to
for
work
having
with you
me.
today. I hope you've enjoyed it. Sorry about the coldness.
Yeah, exposed to the elements, aren't we? No,
Hope-
it's been a pleasure.
Hope to see you again, and thank you.
Thank you.
That's Beth Harvey, who represents Sussex, but also Great Tottenham Cricket Club in Essex, as it's going to be Jake Ball, and it's also going to be Anthony Gibson into the chair. All yours, Anthony.
From Paul Walter. You mentioned the comparison between Craig Overton and Ian Botham.
Yes.
And I've got some stats from
It was George
Steve
DeBell.
Steve Pittard's Super Stats from Hewish Episcopi, which I'll give during the course of this over. They compare Somerset's performance with and without Craig Overton and Ian Botham, as that's played up to mid-off. Somerset's results with Craig Overton in the side, they've won 38%, lost 22%. Without Craig Overton, they've only won 20% and lost 27%.
Yeah, okay.
So Craig Overton, hugely important.
Yes.
Here is ball in and bowls. Somerset with Botham won 26% compared with 38% for Craig Overton, and lost 29% compared with 22% for Craig Overton. And without Botham, they won 30% as compared with, they won 30, which is 22%, which is well below 38% with Craig Overton, and they lost more with Botham in the side, as this is turned away out to Will Smead, who does the fielding. Without Botham, they won 22% and lost 18%. So difference between with Botham winning 26% and without Botham 22%, compared with Overton with 38%, without only 20%. So in terms of value to the side, Craig Overton is more important than Botham was, as this is played into the offside. There's a slight misfield by Will Smead, which allows them to pinch the single, which is interesting, isn't it?
Could you read those out again? Sorry, I've been naughty.
But well, the key thing is that with Craig Overton in the side, Somerset have won 38%, without him only 20%. Difference with Botham is there's hardly any difference, 26% win and 22% loss, as opposed to a difference of whatever I said. This is just played up to mid-wicket. It's 38% as against 20% winning with or without Craig Overton. And they haven't won a game without Craig Overton in the side for several years. I might be as far back as 2019.
I think I've heard you say that before.
Yeah.
I have. No, massively.
Oh, we've got Sports Extra with us.
Oh, very good.
Welcome to a sunny Ambassador Cruise Line ground at Chelmsford, where we're just going through the final knockings of the day's play.
We've had 4 seasons in a day today here, including hail. So here we go. Miguel Pretorius, who comes in and this time is driven by Critchley into the offside, squeeze it through cover where extra cover and indeed backward point can't stop the delivery, and it's raced to the pavilion boundary, the brick wall that is beneath the pavilion square of the wicket here at Chelmsford. So 4 more runs. Critchley's been a little bit fortuitous in his score of 42 today. In the last couple of, we've had 8.1 overs since the hail, and it was quite heavy. 8.1 overs to finish the end of day 2's play, and Critchley has enjoyed a few boundaries but fortuitous shots, clearing the infield and also where there would have been a third slip. Paul Walter has been quite dependable at the other end on 62, not out. Again, driven into the offside. This is going to race away through extra cover for 4. That was a better shot.
It was not a very good ball. Juicy off-stump half volley. It's not been a great spell, this, from Pretorius, being honest.
Gone for a few 4 balls.
He has. I mean,
There was an
he'd
over
say
which was
again, he's
lucky.
pitching it up to encourage Critchley to go on the drive. But I think Critchley's taking a leaf out of Craig Overton's book from last evening, when in the last hour or so Overton went on the attack and scored very quickly, 50 and 36 balls, and shifted the momentum. And I think Critchley is doing the same here for Essex.
Well, we were talking about Botham and we were talking about Overton, and you brought out some really incredible and interesting facts, but that knock last night by Overton was Botham-esque. This time Critchley plays a proper shot, push drives up to mid-off where there is no run. The shadows are lengthening. Not many in the ground since the hail, and it was quite heavy. There's really a handful of spectators in the ground for this remaining.
There are more Somerset spectators here than there are Essex
Yes,
ones,
there
I
are.
would venture to suggest, and they're all gathered on the far side.
Long off. This time is forced off the back foot. He takes a single as it goes to wide mid-off. An easy single for Critchley. Still got 2 overs and 2 balls remaining. People change. The only one who's not moving really is the umpire, because he's staying on the offside for the right-hander, but he's at square leg for the left-handed Paul Water because of the lengthening shadows that he can see, and he's not looking into the low sun. Pretorius around the wicket, 2 slips waiting. This is clipped through the leg side, and it's very well fielded by...
Go on, you can tell me. It's Jake Ball.
Jake Ball. Well done. He got down, did the tall man, the tall bowler.
He was the one who let through the 4 in a couple of overs ago.
Well,
That time, though, because he's not the most naturally athletic fielder.
what
Jake
age
Ball.
would he be?
He's 36.
Is he? Yeah, there you go. Pretorius is in, bowls, leaves alone there, does Paul Water. Well done. Survives another over. Remaining overs 2 on the scoreboard. And it's just 25 to 7 in the evening. With the lengthening shadows, the umpires are walking in.
He's not, he's 35.
35.
I do him an injustice.
Yeah. It doesn't look too old as well these days. Jake Ball has quite a youthful look about him.
Very popular in the Somerset dressing room. Very
Is
nice
he?
guy. Yep.
Yeah, he is.
Really nice guy.
He was very popular at Nottinghamshire, and then he had a brief spell at Kent
On loan, that was.
on loan, wasn't
Yeah,
it? Last season?
Yeah, and he went up to Durham. No, Kent, I think the season before. Last year he was on loan to Durham. He's in now, bowls to Critchley, who goes for a pull shot. Fails to make contact. Nicely taken by James Rue. The shadows lengthening across the ground. The Somerset travelling band at the far end of the ground, featuring tractor driver Mike Sallis, who celebrated his 63rd birthday during the game against Nottinghamshire last weekend. Jake Ball in and bowls to Critchley, who turns this away down to long leg, where Archie Vaughan fields. They
He's
take a
on
single.
for,
Lewis Goldsworthy.
who has an issue with his...
We think it's a hamstring, but I will ask Craig Overton about that.
Played very well,
He
batted
did.
very well on the first evening, looked very accomplished, looked quite classy, and then batted well this morning,
Batting has looked easier as the game has gone on.
definitely.
His ball into Walter. Appeal for LBW, must be close.
No, I'm not so keen. From that angle,
Pitched right up, hit him on almost on the full toss.
I thought it was still going down. Just the angle. He's quite wide of the wicket, coming round the wicket. I can see why that's not given out.
Good shout though.
Yep.
Good shout. Many congratulations to Somerset's women on a dramatic 1-wicket win. over Yorkshire women, thanks largely to their skipper Sophie Love. That's tractor driver we can hear in the distance. Jake Ball in and bowls outside the off stump.
You talked about Somerset women, I shall talk about Essex women. They come unstuck today. They lost by 5 wickets down at Southampton against Hampshire women. And good luck to those who are starting their season tomorrow.
Here comes Jake Ball. In and bowls, driven handsomely away through the offside. That'll be 4 runs. Josh Thomas in vain pursuit. Over pitch from Jake Ball, and that brings Matt Critchley his 50.
73 deliveries, including 9 fours.
With from 73 deliveries with 9 fours. Well batted.
There's a lot of boundaries, isn't there, in that 50? 9 fours.
Well, he's since the rain break, he's really gone on the attack, particularly against Pretorius, who's been expensive. 11 overs, 1 for 43, and Jake Ball's been fairly expensive as well. He's in his 11th over. This will complete it, and he's also gone for 43 runs. He's in and bowls. Oh, and this is a leading edge, but didn't go in the air. Goes out to Josh Thomas coming in from extra cover, so that completes Jake Ball's bowling efforts for the day. We've just got the 1 over remaining, and I think, as I've said all along, Somerset are going to have to work very hard for the remaining 7 Essex wickets, and Essex still got Vian Mulder to bat and Michael Pepper.
Well, the 3 to go were Elgar, Luke Benkenstein and Charlie Allison. Good wicket to get that. Some good catching from Tom Abel to claim 2 of those catches. Here we go. It's going to be, is that Miguel Pretorius again? Yes, it is. This time Paul Walter takes a single, clipped off his legs. I think from an Essex point of view, Paul Walter's knock has been quite important, 63 not out, and I shall go home tonight with a bit of a memory of some cracking shots off his legs. And he is going to be the big white hope for Essex tomorrow in whites as we're all playing here. This is outside off stump, left it through to the keeper, and there is no run. 4 balls remaining. Can Essex survive the evening without losing a wicket?
Well, they're only going to lose 1 tonight,
yes,
if they lose any at all, because they'll go off if a wicket falls in this final over.
And next year that's all going to change.
We think so.
Yeah.
Yep.
2027, and rightly so. I do expect that, really. Oh, that's a good looking delivery. He's come forward, he's played his shot, and it's gone away from the batsman. That is a terrific delivery with 3 balls left to play. Give you confidence that it's still happening occasionally.
Just occasionally. Best ball he's produced in this spell by some margin.
In he comes, passes the umpire O'Shaughnessy. This is slightly driven, close face into the leg side where there's a man back on the hook, but it's driven on the front foot. 1 more run to Critchley. He's 53, I think that says.
Yep.
63 for Walter, who's just questioning the umpire about something. He's taking guard again. Like a good pro, I'm going to be here in the morning. I'm going to see out these last few deliveries. 2 slips are waiting. In comes Pretorius. And he comes right arm over the wicket, not around the wicket to the left-hander. and it is driven out to mid-on where there is no run. Anthony, it's my last day of this 4-day.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, Victoria Polly's joining you tomorrow. Can I just say it's been great fun, very enjoyable company.
It has.
So thank you. And
And you're now better informed about the Essex coat of arms than you were.
the scimitars
C-axis.
as Pretorius bowls, and that's a decent delivery, but it's well watched by Paul Water, who survives the evening. He'll be dead chuffed on 63 not out. His colleague is Matt Critchley on 53, and the Essex score is 131 for 3. They are still a long way behind. I wouldn't expect Essex to get into the positives till perhaps tomorrow after lunch, but from me, from Anthony Gibson, and indeed Beth Harvey, we thank you all for listening, and we simply would wish you a very, very good evening. Thank you.